It's funny. So I already signed off on the Shadowverse side on the YouTube channel, but someone in the YouTube chat blamed the person I was playing against for ruining my experience with Rune, and that's something that I think gamers often don't understand. It's never your opponent's fault if something in the gameplay is toxic. Whether it's Shadowverse or Pokemon or Marvel Snap or anything else. If the gameplay experience is toxic, it's fully on the developers of that game. It's not the player's job to make gameplay in any PvP game fun and interesting for their opponents. It is the game dev's job to make sure that their game is fun and worth playing. No, you can't even blame Airship players. You could only blame the players when they do things like roping or emoting obnoxiously or something like that that's actually an action the actual player is taking. When the actual gameplay patterns are bad, it's always the developer's fault. It doesn't matter what the game is. It's never on the player's fault. With devs, we mean the management positions. No, when it comes to game balance and game design, it's firmly the game designers. Always 110%. They finally finished counting the hanging sheds and ranked roadie insurance. But yeah, the new rank season isn't available yet still, right? So I can grab the prizes. But you can't play the new one yet, right? Correct. That starts tomorrow, question mark? New Altaria seems neat. I agree. Yeah, it seems potential. Honestly, new Altaria could be good with this one. 140 for 3 is not bad. This is stage 1 that does 100 for 2. In theory. Slow King does seem cool, I agree. New rank season should start tomorrow. Let's grab our ranked rewards so we have some hourglasses. Get us, we're so cool, chat. Look at all those hourglasses. Almost enough for a 10 pull, you spoil me, Nina. Look at how spoiled we are. There's a baby. And the water baby is the crowd rare, yeah? I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on with this Pokemon, but looks like it is partaking in something, perhaps, mayhaps. That's an avocado. Those eyes have seen some stuff, chat. I've seen that Stunfisk on my couch around 4:20 in the afternoon. Yep. Definitely has that vibe. Yeah, I apologize to the Shadowverse enjoyers, but I played one match against Rune, and it reminded me why I haven't logged into Shadowverse in 2 weeks. Maybe we'll try again later, but I don't know, probably not. Maybe they'll make their game playable after their balance pass in September. But they're a month away from doing balance passes. Or I'll play with some Pocket Monsters. I'm doing all right, Taylor. Good morning, good morning. I wish the shiny Pokemon were more exciting. I really liked the first expansion they did shiny Pokemon in, where the shiny Pokemon were the same Pokemon in that set. I really liked that. I wish they would have done more of that. Ooh, I want to play some Slowking, chat. I want to play some Slowking. Hail to the king, baby. All right, we have 2 Poliwrath. That's what I want to play with. This Stunfisk is going to haunt my nightmares, shit. It's going to haunt my nightmares. We don't have any Suicunes yet. I need a Suicune. Trader Stunfisk is calling to us. Naturally. Is there a Miltank support in this set, by the way? Did I see one of those? I think it was in that pack there, yeah. It heals at 60. You get 10 and then 40 and then 70. Do you expect for Suicune and the other dogs to be relevant? Absolutely. Drawing cards is really good. People commenting my packs are good. I have 0 Suicune and 0 Raikou still. Hopefully that changes here before we're done. Yeah, no Jump Pluff either. I've got a couple of Poliwraths, which is a card I want to play with, but there we go. There you go. You just gotta complain a little bit, chat. It's our third Entei. We need a second water baby too. God, it's hideous! It's hideous! Kill it with fire! So we have a 30 for 1. Heal 50 for one of your bench Pokemon. It's a lot of healing shit. It takes an attack, though. Is this serviceable? Inflatable boat. Reusable X speed for water Pokemon? That's interesting. Are we just gonna get one of these for every Pokemon type before long? New Celebi devolves Pokemon. How does that work damage-wise? They keep the damage on them. It persists. So if you devolve them into something that has less HP, which almost all of them do, they're going to get KO'd. New Celebi's probably a real card, yeah. So many Enteis. Where is my water dog? Please, Dina, I'm begging you. Water dog. This Pokemon's the active spot is knocked out from attack by Pokemon. Flip a coin. If heads, the attacking Pokemon is knocked out. Woo, buddy. This is gonna be a tilter. Yeah, people saying Will with that card need to read Will. Literacy undefeated. Oh yeah, Corsola is gonna... Cursula is gonna end some win streaks with some sodium. This attack does 60 to one of your opponent's Pokemon. It's a lot of damage, but it's also a lot of energy. Well, I might not have any Suicunes, but I've got matching shiny Clodsires. I've got that going for me at least. That's what we might play with. That's what we might play with. I mean, we're very lucky this morning. I'll take matching rainbow Poliwraths. Not gonna complain about matching rainbow Poliwraths. Any link to the streamer client? Yeah, I can send it to you, but fair warning, there's no Suicunes in it. Danielle, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Good morning. Happy New Card Day, gamers. This Pokemon does 20 to itself. 120 is a lot. Watching you rip these packs reminds me that good luck isn't necessarily amazing. You need specific luck. That's such a good way to put it. I do have 2 Raikou now at least, though. Suicune's still incredibly absent, but yeah, if we have the others. Okay, this is our first jump pluff of any type. This effect seems good, but it's also a stage 2. All of the shiny monkeys belong to us. There's my water dog. There's my water dog. We need a second shiny Chimchar still, do we? I think we're probably getting close to Pocket cutting us off for the day, which is unfortunate. That gives us one of every EX, I believe. Yeah. All right, every card, one of every card in the expansion. Hail to the king, baby. All right, cool. We have all the cards I want to play with. Maybe I want another jump bluff. Matching traveling merchants. All right, I wasn't sure what we were gonna play first, but I think matching traveling merchants means we're legally obligated to start with Slowking. I'm pretty sure this means we are obligated to start with the king. We are officially a Slowking one trick stream. Yes. So them's the rules. I wouldn't want to be illegal. All right, we're gonna have to count, chat, because our 2-star count this morning has just been absurd. Meow, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I love Blue Mew. Blue Mew is gorgeous. That's so good. '99th percentile in terms of luck here. I'm pretty sure we're higher than that. We're top fraction of a percent easily. I actually don't have any immersives yet. It's pretty unlucky when you think about it that we're on 0 immersives. Yeah, I haven't hit a crowd rare yet either. Actually, have we hit second mana fee? I actually don't know if we have second mana fee. We're talking about. Look at my doggo. Look at my doggo, chat. Oh, it's everything I wanted and so much more. Save some 2 stars for the rest of us. No. No! They haven't cut me off yet, shit. Can't stop, won't stop. Suicune is one of my favorite Pokemon. That 2-star is gorgeous. Listen, I had stopped spending money for cosmetics in this game, but 2-star Suicune is gonna really test me. We do still need a second jump blow. This stream pre-recorded in front of a live studio audience. Please cue the laugh track. Thank you. So about that immersive, Dina. There's the other mana type. Celebi! Thank you for the 32 months. We're still not done. They're giving us more. Azzy. How many hourglasses was I sitting on? I think with my ranked rewards, I had like 120 or 130. Not a ton. Or no, the ranked were 95, right? I think I had 70 plus the ranked. It's like 150 or so. Was there a water jinx in there? Can someone give me the flavor on water jinx? Oh, jinx is ice too, right? She's psychic ice. All right, let's take a look at the spoils, huh? So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, 2 stars in there. It's not bad. Not bad. I do really like the 2-star Suicune. What's the immersive one look like? I feel like I need to go look. Oh, is there not a rainbow Suicune? We have immersive instead of the rainbow. That's it. That's interesting. Oh, you put the video on the Discord server. Okay, let's grab that. Where at? Yep. All right, cool. It's got Dragonair in it too. Look at all those water friends. Their arts are so pretty. All right, hold on. Let me mute this so I can hear just this. The scene with the moon here, when it fully pulls back, is... Man, that's good. Yes, it's very, very similar vibes to GA Charizard. Oh, there's a blue shiny Psyduck, chat. Blue shiny Psyduck. Didn't get any of those two. That's a little sad. Like, I would like those. I like the Infernape. Infernape's one. The game did cut me off. We are done pulling what's it called? They did say no more for Jeff. All right, well we're starting with Slowking, yes. I have two traveling merchants, and we're starting with Slowking. Oh, I can't bulk delete here, can I? Uh-oh. All right. I'm going to tap an advert on Twitch and YouTube. I'm going to fill my water bottle. We're going to clear out room in this deck list. Then we're going to get building with a bunch of new stuff. I appreciate everybody hanging out today. Don't go anywhere, gamers. BRB. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to tap the like button. Oh. Doctors, thank you for the 7 months. It's good to be back. Like it is. Thank you for the 5 years. Good morning, good morning. Pseudo Paley, thank you for the 5 years as well. Excited to have a blue baby to brew with. So many other goodies. 2 pair. The new Celebi seems like a good anti-rare candy card. Yeah, it's more of a question of like, what else do you do with the new Celebi? I might keep the Shuckle Decidueye deck. I like that one. I might keep that one too, actually. We played 1 game of Shadowverse, and it was against the Runecraft deck, and I'm not gonna play that game until they do a balance pass. I really want to like Shadowverse a lot. I like their core game rules, and their client is so good, but it's 2025, and there's so many fun card games out there. I just can't play one like Shadowverse that has as bad a balance as they do. It's just not fun. All right, chat. The king. Discard 2 Poké-Tools. Deal 50 damage for each one. Each one you've discarded. So obviously... Oh, there's a second Slowking too? So obviously we want to do this. And then we need a whole bunch of tools. And we need the traveling merchant. What else? What's our second Pokemon? What's our second Pokemon behind these? Memory Light. The Pokemon this card is attached to could use attacks from its previous evolutions. Cute. I don't know if that's good, but it's cute. Skarmory. You can't really play Metal and Water Energy together. Silvally. I don't think you could have enough supporters and tools to play Silvally together. Miltank's an interesting thought. I think I want to start with the idea of playing another water Pokemon first, though, because of Inflatable Boat. I like the idea of another water Pokemon with the boat. There's an A-Palm that searches tools. What does the A-Palm do? A couple of people have mentioned an A-Palm now. Did I not open any? What is an A-Palm? Am I spelling it wrong? What's this? AI. Is it not one of these? Is there a card I don't have? Ambi. Okay. No, that doesn't seem very good. I guess you can evolve them both at the same time. I don't know. That seems worse than just traveling merchanting, yeah? Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Put your Poketool store among them. I feel like I want to play another water Pokemon with it, so I can switch it. I can switch it out with to get the Slowking up front right away. So like, what's a water, like, I think we're looking for like a water Pokemon that has a retreat cost of 1 realistically. So I don't think it's Suicune, because we're not gonna fill our bench, right? And let me explain the theory craft for people that don't get it. The upside of this card is you can hit for 100 points of damage the turn you evolve it. So you want your supporting cast to maximize your chance of having this in the active slot to deal 100 the turn you evolve it. So I don't want clunky, expensive retreat cost things that I'm not going to be able to pull out. This is not for this deck, but this makes Poliwrath do 180. Which sounds fun. We also probably want whatever our other Pokemon is to be able to build up an attack behind the Slowking. So two or three energy attacker is probably a reasonable spot to be. I do like Starmie a lot. I do like Starmie more than is healthy. The Gyarados could be cute as well. Wug Trio. hate the idea of Wug Trio. A 2 to 3 energy attacker. I think we're looking for a 2 to 3 energy attacker that lets you retreat for 1. You could play Glaceon with Sylveon Splash to draw. Yeah, realistically. Like baby Glaceon? It's probably a little, so we can play EX Glaceon, I suppose. We don't have enough room to play Rare Candy. Yeah, Wiglet retreats for 1. Crab's not very good. Yeah, Wug honestly sounds alright. The only downside to Wug Trio is that you'd be going 1-pointer into 2-pointer. And there could be, like, Slowking's 131 pointer. Going a bunch of 1-pointers through each other could be nice. I've also officially been sitting here in the deck editor for too long, so we need to make a choice and play some games. Oh, I don't have Pokeballs or researches in here yet. Yeah, that's a good call. Forgot our deck lists are 16 cards here. So realistically that I have room for 2 basics. The way that works. What about just Articuno? What about baby Articuno? It could be baby Suicune too. Yeah, I like the idea of Paralyze. Let's start here. Oricorio. No one care about that one, gamer. Burn that just to burn it. Tap him with the water again. Slowpoke art is set on its head. Me after Thanksgiving dinner, for real. All right, Miss Merchant. Time to do your thing, girl. Time to do your thing, girl. How do I interface? Perfection. Perfection. Look at this man litter, chat. Never before has he considered taking his trash and putting it anywhere other than on top of your Pokemon. So someone call the EPA. Somebody. I need somebody help. And you all thought draw twos were good. Holy. Mercy. Mercy. Am I doing 100? I think I'm doing 100, yeah? Look at him go. Can't stop, won't stop. 4 cards left in my deck, Chip. Jeff finally found a use for those capes he's always holding. Ain't that the truth? I don't think there's any reason to research here, right? Pokemon Center lady. Well, that's rude. And a potion. Well, I mean, they can't Vulcaner here. Okay, so they're cooked, yeah? Return to the king, gamers. Return to the king. Bye, friend. All right, and then the last 2 cards in my deck are 2 more Pokemon tools, right? We've discarded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm playing 8. Incredible first game. let's make a command for Shadowverse so we can just reference it. Jeff played one game against Runecraft after Shadowverse set 3 and decided he isn't touching that game again until they do a balance pass that looks meaningful. I just can't do it, gamers. I hope you all have fun with Shadowverse set 3. Rune makes me feel a certain sort of way. And I'd rather play other games. I'd rather just play other things. There's too many good games for me to subject myself to that. It's truly just one of the worst balanced decks in a game I've ever played. Is this a baby Garchomp enjoyer? It must be, right? They've got a water energy? I don't think I want a Traveling Merchant just because of Red Card and Mars. I think we just vibe for now. Swablu, yeah, Altaria seems like a very playable card. Opponent having 2-color deck problems here, though. No fighting energy. They discarded second rare candy. Interesting. I think I just hit them for 20 here. And then this sets us up to clean for 100 with litter next turn. Kinda saves us a Poke Tool. So Altaria here, 120 HP stage 1, 2 colorless attack does 40, but it does 60 more if you have 2 different types of energy on the Pokemon. Seems quite good. They know we're ready to litter all over the place here. Yeah, Altaria, Manatike, Poliwrath. Seems like it could be. It could be all right. Hail to the king, baby. We have 8 tools in our deck. So there are currently 7 tools and 13 cards. Oh, you take 10 less damage? That's adorable. I'm gonna research first since we drew a second tool organically, I think. Let's go ahead and clean this right on out here. 100 for 1 at a stage 1 is a lot, gamers. Executor at EX was frequently competitive because it could occasionally do 80 for 1. That is a big damn. Yeah, and that was on an EX, correct. Guard, thank you for the over 6 years of support. Appreciate you coming back again and again. That's our first time bricking. It's unfortunate. There were, well, the good news is that means, does it put them on the bottom or does it shuffle? Shuffle the others back in. That's sad. There were 4 tools and 9 cards there. Oh, opponent has the spice. That's hot. Oh, wow. Okay, so this new tool here lets them use attacks from their previous evolutions. That might be the best use of that card, huh? We'll make sure we litter for 0 here, just like show him who's boss. Magmar and Magmortar. Yeah, and execute? Okay. I think I'm holding on to the tools for now. Is it worth doing 30 here? Because later I could do 80. I think I just do nothing. Electabuzz too. Yeah. Okay, and I'm gonna put a helmet on here because then even if I miss my coin, if they don't have healing, I can top deck Slow King to kill them. So we're one in 3 to... Rats. I can top deck Slow King into top deck another tool. My deck is mostly tools at this point, yeah? It's entirely tool? It's entirely... It's two tools and a Slow King. So if we top deck Slow King here, we can win the game. Nice. Okay, dead to Sabrina. But this does 80, and then our last 2 cards are both tools. So if they don't have healing, we got them. GG opponent. That was a close game. If we'd have hit heads on Articuno, we'd have closed that out. Yeah. Because heads on the Articuno would have. Oh, I'm dumb. I said it was 2 tools, but it was a merchant and a tool. Yeah, it was a merchant and a tool. Were we cooked then? I think we were cooked then. Real close either way. Okay. I make fun of a lot of Twitch chat suggestions, but this is a pretty peak one. Suggesting I cut a card in my deck after losing 1 game with it, and then the suggestion is cutting one of the 6 Pokemon cards I'm playing for a copy of Communication. It is both very funny and eye-rolling. Get some help, gamer. If I kept Rocky Helmet, would we have won? No? I don't think so. Oh, if I would have put Rocky Helmet on the Slow King. Oh, yeah, we would have, right? Instead of putting it on the Articuno? Because if I put the helmet on the Slow King, they would have taken... No, we would have won because we had a basic on the bench and they didn't. That's a great catch, Sarah. Yeah, that was a neat game. Oh, they had Sabrina at the end. Yeah. It didn't matter. Sabrina didn't matter. Yeah, I was right to hold it though. This attack does damage equal... This attack does damage charge Pokemon equal to the damage this Pokemon has on it. Interesting. Alright, deck, king me. That Fanfy could be a good use of the memory tool as well. Maybe? The, Donaphan already has a good 3 energy attack. I guess it lets you only have 1, but... Hail to the king. Hail to the king, gamers. Hail to the king. Should I have put the poison barb on him? I don't know, that's close. No reason to mark damage on their flail Pokemon. It also gives them a chance to heal with that. And then in a perfect world here, we top deck a Traveling Merchant, we finish them with the other Slowking this turn. Them using up a Pokemon Center Lady before we paralyze them with Ice Beam is nice. All right, a research or a Traveling Merchant into two tools is lethal. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Goodbye, Pokemon. Listen, chat, you better put some respect on his name, okay? 100 damages for 1 energy is so much. All right, we take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We'll throw the deck up on the screen while we do. Appreciate everybody here bright and early for some Pokemon Pocket. Excited to be building and brewing with the new cards this morning. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying the Pokemon Pocket stuff and you want more of it, make sure you tap the like button to let me know. Appreciate everybody that's over there as well. Has the power been crept? Not at all. I think Slowking's a good example of a way they made a card that's good without making numbers bigger. There's a very, very real deck building cost going on here, yes? The helms are rocky, but even more so when someone decides to throw them at you, yep. Slowking, more like Fast King, yep. The new Ms. Maggie is fun. I actually don't know what her text box is offhand. Let me look. At the end of your opponent's next turn, deal 90 to the defending Pokemon. I would like to live in a world where that's good, but it's probably just too easy to retreat out of. New Doug Trio. Someone else mentioned that one too. Oh, new Doug Trio is quite interesting. Does 40 for 1 and discards the top card of your deck. If it's a fighting Pokemon, it does 60 more. That's another theoretical deal 100 for 1 with a real deck building requirement. Thoughts on Celebi countering Rare Candy? I mean, obviously Celebi counters Rare Candy. The question you have to ask yourself there is, what does the supporting cast look like around it for you to be able to have a deck that's not embarrassing against not Rare Candy? Like, if you go back and look at my best decks tier list, that happened most recently, none of the best decks in the metagame are rare candy decks. They're all heavy, basic, heavy stage 1 decks. I ran incredibly hot this morning with my pulls. We got double-digit 2-star cards, and we got double-digit 2-star cards, and I got 2 of every EX Pokemon. Yeah, the two best decks in the format are going into this expansion are Darkrai Giratina and Sylveon Espeon, and then number 3 closely behind those is Buzzwole. None of those care about Sylvie. Actually, you want a what's probably a hot take on Celebi? I think Celebi has a good chance to be one of the worst kind of designs in a card game like this, where it's the type of effect that is basically never good against the best decks, and it's only going to punch down and make your B tier decks that already struggle to be competitive even worse because it exists. It is loosely one of the worst kind of designs to have in a game. It's a damn shame I don't have, It's a damn shame I don't have a boat. Switch this Articuno out. The new Celebi unevolves your opponent's Pokemon when you hit them. So it neuters rare candy decks. It sends it back to hand, but that still means if you didn't have a stage 1, you can't do anything. Alright, Tails means I get to clear this Ghastly. Here's a question. Do I give up damage, potentially, to save an energy on the Articuno? So we're definitely gonna litter, but it's a question of, do I put the Articuno on a boat? Or do I discard the energy so I have the boat to discard later? I think I want the boat to discard later. What does the boat do? It's an X speed for water Pokemon. Do they play? I should have played the other Slowpoke out to play around red card a little better here. Just don't think there's any reason for me to put 100 up here right away. Kind of give it away, kind of save the damage here. Part of this deck's strength is your opponent not knowing exactly how much you have the ability to hit for. I agree, Dimmer. Yeah, the uncertainty you generate with your opponent not knowing exactly what you have going on feels strong. Now they're cooked because we held back. Good night. Sleep tight. We have 8 tools in the deck. 8 tools. 2 research, 2 traveling salesman. Traveling merchant. Not salesman's merchant. A lot. We have a lot. That's scary. Our lack of a what's it called is sad. What does Traveling Merchant do? Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put all tools from among them into your hand. Well, that's why we played the boat out. Take a mulligan. It's an unranked game. On to the next. It's pretty good. Mantike Wugdrio. Look at this gamer of culture. So even if we miss the boat next turn, we can still discard an energy to retreat. But I think if we find a boat with the merchant, we keep the extra energy on the Articuno. Yeah, I think Manatite could make Starmie worth trying again. Starmie's one of my favorite cards. I'll absolutely give it a go. So again, this looks at the top 4 cards of our deck. We get all the tools from among them, which in this case is a few. Articuno could hop on a boat here. We'll put energy on here. We'll put this here. We'll swap this out. Do I want to put a cape on this Articuno? I think I do. I think with... Oh, I'm dumb. I have a boat on that Articuno. Do I want to put a cape on this Articuno? I might want to put a cape on this Articuno. Just to, like, give me... Getting your breakpoints above multiples of 50 is strong in this matchup. Because one trio deal... Oh my god, I just discarded 2 tools by mistake. I'm talking and clicking is a dangerous game. It's fine, we're just asserting dominance. Talking and clicking. So we want to get above breakpoints of 50 because one trio deals damage in quantities of 50. Kill that baby in particular. That's a pretty big whoopsie-dipsy. Pretty big whoopsie-dipsy. Alright, 4 tools and 6 cards here. Oh my goodness, they have 2 potions? Or potion a cape? Do not, okay. Wow! In fact, we're gonna draw research, and then research is gonna draw a Slow King Poketool. This game is so easy. Man, what an easy baby game for babies. At least we didn't get punished for discarding the extra tool earlier. Obviously, this deck is good. It's carrying me through my mistakes. Hollywood type play. I mean, we really should give the writers a raise. They came out to play on that one. Listen, chat, this is why the viewers are here. Our stark professionalism. Look at all these water enjoyers. You love the optimism. What a wonderful card to end in the game. The babies really are the best designs they've added in a long time. Assuredly, they aren't going to hit me with. Assuredly, they aren't going to hit me with baby Gyarados, right? They're always an EX Gyarados deck. Oh no. Oh no! I've made a terrible mistake. I've made a terrible mistake. We could have like put the Slowpoke on a boat, but I don't know if that was a winning line. I think we're cooked, gamers. Red Gyarados, so hot. So hot. Oh no! Got me, GG. I was gonna let you do your thing, but then you started taking extra game actions. And again, I think I just don't research here, because I kind of have everything set up in my hand anyways. There's no reason to draw more cards that have red card or Mars be better against us. Get you a deck that has some free wins, chat. Get you a deck that has some free wins. The king is all about taking it nice and easy. Is there a situation where you want the new tool to let Slowking use Water Gun instead of discarding it? Huh. You know? I think chat might be right. So someone mark the calendar. Maybe we'll celebrate this day as a holiday later. Because I haven't been putting these on Pokemon really. I think they're right. I think Memory Light might be better than the Poison Barb. Because there's been spots where you only need to deal a little bit more. And like, if you're just discarding it, it's all the same, right? But if you're ever in a spot where 20 from the water gun finishes, if you're ever in a spot where 20 from the water gun finishes, in theory, you could play this slowpoke too. That's probably terrible though. But yeah, I like that idea. We're not using the tool most of the time anyway, so it's like pretty nominal. And I think there will absolutely be situations where you need to only deal 20. Yeah, I like it. So long, Professor. Excuse me? I'm sorry, what? They were jealous of your full heart. Something like that. Shoot. Guess we give them a point since I have the second slowpoke. If I didn't have the second slowpoke, we'd put it on a boat and pull it out, I think. Yep, fair. I think it's this one. That's closer, because the slowpoke doesn't die to this turn. Joke's on you! I didn't know which one I wanted to put up anyways. King me! King me! I assume we're just gonna get Sabrina or Repelled again here. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to Rocky Helmet, actually. Because then we kill it on the backswing. I think we're cooked, though, right? Because the Darkrai is ready to attack now. Yeah, we had really good pulls for this at Red Lake. incredible. We hit every we hit 2 of every EX, and we hit a bunch of 2 stars. Including 2 traveling merchants, which is why we're starting with Slowking. I think I want like 1 more good game with this deck, and then we'll take an ad break, and we'll build our next thing here this morning, huh? Hail to the king. Them putting the energy up top is good, because it would imply that they do not have Ilima. Which is a card I'd like to avoid. Alright, so there's 6 tools and 10 cards. We're gonna get 5 looks at additional ones. So it's actually impossible for us to not have a tool next turn unless they disrupt our hand. Because we're gonna see 5 cards and there's 6 tools and 10 cards. I'll keep the Cape for Articuno potentially, but realistically it's getting discarded. I think it's possible to play Palkia again with the Return to Water. Yeah, Baby Palkia seems like it's potentially very reasonable with Manatike. You want to go, typically you want to go baby Pokemon into 1 knockout point Pokemon. And Manatike, while going second, lets Palkia hit on turn 2, which is great. Let's pull the other Slowpoke out of the deck. I think we only litter 1X here. Do you ever play Cape here? No, I don't think so. Articuno ready to attack? was the win rate of the Slow King deck. I won 100% of the matches that I won. It's pretty solid. One of the reasons why you don't see me put statistically insignificant sample sizes on my stream is because I don't like to be misleading with data that's not meaningful to look at. So asking anyone what their win rates are with a new deck after they've played a handful of matches with it doesn't really help tell you anything. They actually updated the bleed schedule, Ant-Man. Starfire's not coming for 2 weeks. We're getting a repeat on Joker tonight. They're starting rerun banners in Dark Legion. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Starfire when she eventually gets there. It's that little sad they pushed her back, but also happy at the same time because I'll have more time to save some pulls up. All right, let's record an intro with this. We'll take an ad break, and then we'll build something else after, huh? How's it going, gamers? We opened not just one, but 2 copies of Traveling Merchant Full Art, which means I had to start with Slow King today. Slow King, really powerful burst damage. Litter does 50 damage for each Pokemon tool you discard up to 2, meaning you can hit for 100 points of damage on that first energy evolution of the game when going first, letting you clear out even things like EVEX in a single go before your opponent has a chance to evolve them. Traveling Merchant looks at the top 4 cards of your deck and grabs all the tools out from among them. This not only keeps you high tool filled for Slow King, but it also means that you thin out the rest of your deck, letting you find your second copy of Slow King or your Articunos and stuff like that more consistently. Baby Articuno feels like the perfect complement to Slow King here because 1, it doesn't take up a lot of deck slots in a deck where we need to fit these 8 tools to fuel the king, and so they're 1 knockout point Pokemon, meaning our opponent has to go through 3 different things to win the game, and it's a 3 energy attack we can charge up since Slow King has such a low energy investment. In the games that you're going to see me play today, we actually had Poison Barb over Memory Light in a number of them. Which specific tools you're playing doesn't ultimately matter because most of the time you're just pitching them. However, I think Memory Light seems like the ideal 4th tool for this deck because occasionally Water Gun from Slowpoke is going to be able to finish something off, and then you have a little bit of flexibility as you move forward. But like I said, it's pretty minimal overall which 8 tools you're playing since you're just binning most of them anyways. At any rate, if you enjoy seeing fancy new decks like this one explored with our latest expansion, make sure you smash the like button and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything else coming up the rest of the day. Have fun with this one. It's maybe a little bit long, but it's some. I like we need to explain. I need to explain what some of the cards do here. All right, I'm gonna run an advert, and then I think I want to do Poliwrath stuff up next. Want to try some Poliwrath Altaria? I think sounds fun. Should I save for Starfire in the DC game or pull for Joker? I'm not a huge fan of my Joker. I got him to 2 blue, and I don't intend to go higher with him. He's all right for some content. I plan to open real hard for Starfire. Do we cope and play a copy of Politoed? Is playing a singleton Politoed cope? I feel like it's not, right? 180 is a lot of damage. It's 1 slot. I'm gonna play 1. I wanna believe. Politoed's also one of my favorite Pokemon, so. Yes, but also yes. Is there a new frog? There is not. We probably realistically play fighting and water energy, right? There's no reason not to mix. Is Scarf worth it to retain an Evo line since you have the same basic in stage 1? I don't think so. I think that's worse than just like having another good utility card. Things like Sabrina and Cyrus are so game winning. Do we just play a copy of X Speed? I might play an X Speed. It makes Mana Tyke a lot better. Also has random utility in other spots, catching your opponent off guard. I think Pocket is a more fun game than it's ever been. I have enjoyed the gameplay of this game significantly more since they added the babies to it. I think these designs are stellar. I think they were a great way to add power level to certain things in a way without just making the numbers better on things. Really interesting deck building consideration cards. I thought the rerun banners in DC Dark Legion were alongside the new banners, but only 2 weeks instead of 4. Yes, but they're not going to have 2 new characters running simultaneously in Dark Legion anymore, Sherlockin. So it's going to be like, Starfire will run alongside Scarecrow and Deathlock. And then when Starfire finishes, there'll be another new character after. So they'll only be doing 1 new character per month instead of 2, which makes sense as the game gets older and the roster's bigger now. Wild Feather, thank you for the 61 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Love to open on a Mana Tyke. Alright, as long as this Pokeball doesn't find us another Mana Tyke, we're in a good spot. Okay, guaranteed to have a non-Mana Tyke basic here. I don't know if Poliwrath is going to be the ideal one, but man, does Altaria plus Baby seem real strong. Similar to the Slow King deck we played that felt good, cracking for 100 on turn 2 with a stage 1 is really big game. Like, that's so much damage on a 1-pointer. bunch. Yeah, actually just quickly cooked. Makes me wonder if we want just fighting. Yeah, so the problem with just fighting is then you're never doing 100 if you don't open Mana Tyke. And, like, while it's appealing to make your absolute best draws happen more frequently, you have to consider your average case draws, too, periodically. I'm not sure, man. I'm planning to skip Joker just because I was mapping out what teams I want to build. I don't think I have pulls for him and the other characters I want. New Steel Valley doesn't even play a trainer. Yeah, I mean, 100 for your second turn definitely seems to be the going rate for playable things. Queen Chi, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Altaria gives us a nice organic answer to the chicken. Good for Poliwag here. Could you play Sil Valley, Altaria together? Yeah, probably. Sil Valley, Altaria, babies. And then you could play 3 colors of energy plus an off-color baby to guarantee your Altaria basically is always hitting for 2-on-2. That's such a bad beat. If we would have hit the 50% or to hit the Poliwag, we would have been able to set up Poliwrath to clear the Arceus, but now I think we're cooked because I'm just burning 2 energy that are useless. I guess we just hope they don't have Dawn as my line. I'm not excited about it, but it's where I'm at in life. And if they have a copy of Dawn, we're cooked because our draw is awkward. We just hope they don't have their best possible since we ended up clunky. Altaria not having a weakness is strong. Yeah, it's a good call out too. I feel like they were supposed to give me the Pichu. Oh, I shouldn't have played this out. Because now I want to do this, but now if I draw the what's it called? I can't get it on the bench. Yes, and Mega Altaria is spoiled and confirmed coming. So you're gonna be able to play this and Mega Altaria in the same deck. This card is gonna be really good long term. It's a big deal. Megas are probably most likely in 2 sets. B1 is the expectation in October. All right, so we do still have lines to win this. We need to draw Poliwag followed by Rare Candy. So the sequence here is they knock out this, we put up Mana Tyke, we go Fighting Energy plus Water Energy on the Poliwag, and then we Rare Candy it into Poliwrath and get the OTK for 140. No outs at this point. No outs at this point. Mega Altaria is double Psychic, though. Sure, it'll have some deck building requirements. Correct. Nothing in advance about the next mini set. It's actually a little strange. I assume they only announced the Megas coming with B1 so far in advance because they wanted to... Swablu. Sorry, complete thought. I assume they just spoiled the Mega so far in advance because they want to, they wanted to tie in with the other Mega stuff going on around Pokemon ZA that's coming up. And if you haven't been keeping up with everything Pocket and you're wondering what Megas am I talking about, there is a review of the ones that are confirmed and what they do on the Hooglandia Pocket YouTube channel. My gosh, it's been so long! I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter anymore. Alright, eat a Poliwag, chat. Our Poliwags have been really shy today. The bad beat shall continue until morale improves. It turns out, regardless of the expansion, I still appear to not be lucky enough to play Rare Candy Pokemon. Unfortunately, appears to be the case. Where is my rubber ducky? Asking the real questions. There's not even anything we can do here, right? It's just like 4 games in a row where I just like have Mana Tyke and no other Pokemon. It's just kind of how life be sometimes. Come on, game. We talked about the baby Celebi, one-shotting Rampardos and Gyarados already. So, yeah, I'm gonna repeat this about Celebi a lot over the coming days, I think. But I think it bears repeating for people from a Theorycraft perspective. The new Celebi is what I like to refer to as a card that punches down. Meaning when you look at all of the decks that were really good in the previous Pokemon Pocket expansion, none of them were decks that were featuring evolution Pokemon. The two best decks in the metagame, well, none of them, good fucking god. Come on, game. The two best decks by a lot last season were Darkrai Giratina and Sylveon Espeon, neither of which care about Celebi. And the third best deck in close contention to those two were Buzzwole decks. So, the new Celebi is really polarizingly good against a number of things, but none of those things that it's polarizingly good against are good decks. So it's going to be the type of card that's really atrocious against decks that are actually good, and it's going to beat up decks that already struggle to be competitive. Shit! I'm so excited. Still don't think I'm playing the other one of these out. Ah! And now we'll never have a fighting energy. I don't know that I'm built to play Poliwrath, chat. I don't know that I'm built to play Poliwrath. Should we have just used Call for Family there? Yeah, maybe. I don't think it matters. And people were jokingly saying, well, we did have good luck. We did have good luck with the what's it called build. We had good luck with the Slowking deck. But the Slowking deck drawing a bunch of cards actually makes it pretty consistent. It's something to think about. This still only does 140 though, is the problem here. Yeah, Merchant makes that deck. That deck's only trying to assemble a stage 1, so it's 2 cards there. And then Merchant lets you draw so many cards out of your deck. Is playing only Fighting Bandits? Yeah, I think so. We just end up dead to poison plus the soul charge smash, yeah. Wait, they didn't hit me? I guess. Are they just saving up so they could go like EV into EV? They could go EV into EV and then stall for the poison to kill me. And we're trying to play a stage 1 and a stage 2, so I don't have room for what's it called? Oh, I do have one copy of Lily, yeah. That could have gotten us out. Thanks, I guess. Their boss dropped by their desk or something like that. Oh, we have a Poliwag. They do exist. They do exist. Everything I've experienced in this deck so far makes me think Poliwrath is probably trash and we should just be on babies into Altaria plus other 100-pointers. I know that's not what enjoyers want to hear, but he's so swirly. Yeah, something like that. I'd rather you lie to me, Jeff. Yep. Altaria Scissor. Yeah, Altaria Scissor or Altaria Silvally is probably the answer. Arceus. Could Arceus be good behind Altaria? Yeah, that would make sense. It attacks for all colorless energy. Yeah, for folks asking about Shadowverse, I played one match against Dimensional Storm Room, Dimensional Clyde Root, or whatever it's called, and decided that that game's just not for me. I wish I would have come to that conclusion before I gave them $100 this morning, but yeah, we played Shadowverse for like an hour after the expansion, and yeah, it's just unfortunately more of the same. You can check the beginning of the stream, or there was a segment on the Hooglandia Shadowverse YouTube channel, but none of it's very pretty, to say the least. Shadowverse Worlds Beyond feels like I wished for the perfect digital card game client on a monkey's paw. It's so slick and beautiful, and all the animations are clean, and they have in-client tournaments. They have a really nice organized play structure, and then they also just have the worst game balance I've ever experienced in any card game ever. I mean, suggesting I cut the one thing that seems good about this deck, the Altaria, for something else, and then trying to blame my one of Polytoad for the reason why it feels bad is kind of silly, Margon. Bang on. I agree, Altaria is better, but I've thought you could build a better Altaria deck without Poliwrath. I was just trying to think a way to make Poliwrath playable. I mean, making Poliwrath somewhat playable probably involves surrounding it with playable cards, yeah? Shadowverse Worlds Beyond doesn't have game balance issues. Shadowverse Worlds Beyond is literally the worst balanced of any card game I have ever played in my 20 plus years playing card games. And that's not just my anecdotal experience talking. You can look at their competitive tournament results, and even though they use multi-deck tournament formats to artificially diversify the number of decks people have to play, it still has far less diversity than any other modern card game I've seen. It's like worse than Magic the Gathering. There's like 3 decks in most of their tournaments. There's a number of their big tournament top 8s where like it's Root, it's Sword, it's Forest Craft is the counter deck. That's great. It's great if you have a fun time playing against that. I'm not going to, but you're objectively wrong about them not having balance problems. All right, I'm gonna tap an advert. I think we're gonna build something else. I don't know that I'm really feeling this deck. Should we play some of the memory card? Or should we play some with the doggos? We did open two copies of Shiny Monkey. We can play Infernape Bente. Is it Infernape Bente time? I want to play some memory tool stuff, but at some point, I would like to play some of the new EXs though as well. I did get two stars that day. Are we a Magby deck? So the problem with Magby is, again, going one knockout point Pokemon in going 30 HP baby into going 30 HP baby into 140 pointer or whatever means your opponent wins the game after dealing 170 damage, which is not great. Yeah, the baby Pokemon really wants you to go 1-1-2. And this deck with Entei at least we're not set up to go 1-1-2. I think I'm planning to play Pokemon for as long as Pokemon is fun. If this expansion seems reasonable, we're probably just gonna play Pokemon all day. Is my plan. Let's do a long Pokemon stream. We need some Pokeballs, a communication, a couple copies of research. Elemental Switch is interesting with Infernape, but at the same time, I would need something like Leaf to be able to pull Entei out and keep energy on it, but that might be okay. I might want Leaf anyways. Do you want Helmet or something to answer Oricorio? No, just concede to Oricorio, chat. It's really not a big deal. Again, don't make your deck one card worse in 90% of your matchups to make it maybe have a chance in your 10% matchup. 10% of your matchups. Oricorio is a lot like Celebi, the new Celebi. It's a card that punches down. In theory, you could attack with this, I guess. We could play Rocky Helmet just because it's good to get to breakpoints with Monferno. And then, like Rocky Helmet's the type of card you could play in a deck like this to somewhat hedge Oricorio, because it's not a card that's atrocious. It has a function in other matchups other than just being like this terrible brick. So like Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet is, yeah, getting 160 damage as a breakpoint is meaningful. So that could be a reason to play the Rocket. But in fact, I might want to copy a red in here for that same reason. I mean, I'll never say never ICO, but I don't intend to play Shadowverse again until they take a hatchet to the rune deck. It's just really a pretty deeply unfun thing to have be a dominating best deck in your game. Very, very uninteresting. We can play like a Cape and a Lily as the last two, probably. A little bit touch as sustain to go with our touch extra damage. To be blunt, neither Shadowverse nor Pokemon Pocket generate enough viewers or subscribers on Twitch to be worth playing if they're not fun. So if they're fun, I'll play them. If they're not fun, I'm not gonna slog through it, right? Moltres is a somewhat interesting thought. Moltres can ramp this. I don't know. I kind of feel like this is probably flavor text, because you kind of just want to be drawing cards with this early, not playing it as a finisher. So like, I don't know that I really think of this as okay, we have a 4 energy attack. I think it's just a 2 energy deal 60 that draws cards. For people that haven't played Shadowverse, their best deck has like half a dozen overstated cards. It heals an incredible amount and it OTKs. So it basically makes other mid-range and control decks unplayable because they can't beat it down fast enough and they can't go over the top of it. It's like a backup plan if you brick really hard. Yeah, I think the only way I envision ever getting to Blazing Beatdown is like in a game where I'm Entei into Entei with no Infernape in sight, basically. And if you have Entei, you're hopefully finding your Infernape because he's drawing you cards. I think would be my expectation. My initial impression of the 3 legendary dogs is Suicune is the best, Raikou is second, and Entei is third, but I think they're all very good because they all draw cards. I had really good pack variants this morning. We got 2 of every EX Pokemon and a ton of 2-stars. I want to play my cards out, so that way I only have 3 cards in hand. I guess holding a Pokemon for communication has potential appeal, though. Gosh, two cards per turn's a lot, chat. It's like twice as many as you normally get. Quick maps. How about Jumpluff Wheezing? Why would Jumpluff be good with Wheezing? Can you explain it to me? I don't see it offhand. This is why we put the one up, so we could do it. Although actually, maybe I should have put the basic up, so that way I could have rare candied. It's very possible. Yeah, sticking the draw at end of turn seems like a nice way to do it. Agree. Yeah, and Bird Ape retreats for free. That's why we hit the evolution. I definitely should have rare candied evolved instead of evolving the stage 1. Alright, if we top deck our other Infernape, they're still dead. That's guaranteed to be the other Infernape, yeah? Gosh, Elemental Switch not being a supporter is so good. What a burst. Very strong sequence there. And the only one losing their mind over Memory Light. I think Memory Light's super playable. It's on the list of things I want to explore for sure. I just wanted to play with some of the dogs here next. I think there's a few Pokemon where Memory Light seems sweet with. The place I want to start exploring with Memory Light are the stage 1 Pokemon who have basics that attach extra energy to themselves. Electabuzz, Magmar, Meltan. I think all of those have solid potential. Yeah, Rampardos could be interesting. You give a 50 energy, 50 damage attack without hurting yourself. So they're another good one. I'm gonna rare candy into this Infernape just because it gets more cards out of my hand sooner. Just want to keep my hand small. We'll put a cape on the end, Tim. Sandalit could poison to enable itself with Memory Light. That's a cute one. You want to give up a knockout point here? I don't think I do. I think we leap this out, because if I hit my elemental switch, we kill them next turn, yeah? Yep. This game's so easy, chat. Just draw the cards you need. Elemental switch trying to get itself promoted to a second copy here. Jumpluff could hop into Weezing. He takes a hit, poisons, then you Koga him back. Yeah, it could be cute. I don't know if it's good, but that's cute. I like the vision, Scott. Thanks for explaining it. I think I'm holding the other Chimchar for a communication, potentially. Okay, so the rare candy, the Infernape draw is nice because it lets me retreat for free here. Put this energy on Entei and start drawing cards. So the legendary pulse only works while it's in your active spot. Playing a copy of Memory and Sylveon decks that don't have Psychic Energy is interesting. Yeah, I could see that, Gap. That sounds reasonably appealing to me. So this is dealing 120 to me with weakness. What do we think of leaping this out? So that way it still has energy on it and we can top deck the, what's it called again? I think I'm into it. I think I'm gonna leaf into the Rocky helmet here. Okay, research means no Mars. Could get red carded, but there's only 5 cards total in my deck here, so it really doesn't have... We're very likely to still have the elemental switch. Wild Swing obviously takes care of the monkey here, but with the Rocky Helmet, we clean them back even through this cape. Rocky Helmet looking wonderful. Drawing a couple of extra cards really makes every deck in this game so much more consistent. Turns out, who'da thunk? All right, gamers, we're definitely going to play some more of this one. It's been very reasonable. That being said, we take a pause for the cause, and I think I'm going to run and grab an early stack. I know it's only 10 a.m., but I woke up early to go live early this morning, and I'm hungry already. BRB gamer, throughout on the YouTube side, you're enjoying seeing us explore the new expansion. Make sure you tap that like button to let folks know. Appreciate it. BRB. Lemons with the C, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. 2 immersives from 2 EXs from 22 packs. They're both immersive Suicune. I actually didn't open any immersives max opening today. I got 2 Suicune though, so that's nice. I'm really surprised at how many people keep saying Reiku is worse than the other 2 dogs. I think all of the dogs are very good and close in power level, and I would put Entei probably at the bottom. Ranking the dogs is like ranking 3 delicious things, chat. You're happy to eat any of them, just so we're clear. But I would probably rank Entei at the lowest. Just because getting up to 4 energy for extra damage is pretty much a pipe dream, I think. Do you think they're just candying? I put the energy on the wrong thing here, yeah? I'm dumb. Dumb and bad. Without the candy, I'm slightly less dumb and bad. $20, $40, $60, $80 from weakness. I should have played my helmet out. I guess I still can. I don't think it matters. I think we're just dead. That game showing why Suicune is the best by a wide margin. I don't think we're ever winning that game. That helmet doesn't really matter. Why is this Hoppit weak to... Why is this Hoppit weak to lightning and not fire? Am I just dead to candy? I'm trying to think how I ever survived their candy. I guess I could leap into this and start drawing cards. Not give them the first knockout point for free. And then maybe this lives long enough that we set up Infernape as well. Maybe. Quick, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Fleet footage showing its power here. I mean, is it? Or is it just Oricorio being a polarizingly good card against bad C-tier decks as always? It's just like what we talked about with Celebi earlier, right? Like, it's a card that, like, very firmly punches down and takes decks that are B tier and puts them even deeper underground. I assume they're an Ilima deck based on, like, this card, too. So, Cape lets Infernape not die to Lugia, which is nice. We'll burn this since it's not doing anything else. Hey, Say, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Hummus or ranch? Absolutely hummus. Survive a hit from Lugia on paper. Probably die to the follow-up Rayquaza spray, though. Is there a specific EX I should be hunting? You can't go wrong with Darkrai and Giratina. Digging for a big monkey here and possibly a leaf. There's one of the two. And this bodes the question of, do I want to energy the Entei? I think so. Because the Poliwrath has 180, so I need to soften it up before Infernape can come up to the class. opponent's about to learn how baby Pokemon work. Can't really make fun of them, though. I've been there. Been there, gamer. Been there. Understood. What just happened? Manatike only attaches energy to basic Pokemon. Which is a mistake that I personally have made on stream a number of times. Very, very easy one to make. Playing this first deck with one of the legendary dogs makes me think almost assuredly these are going to be metagame staples like we expect. They make these stage 2 decks so much more consistent, and they have serviceable attacks to lead on to boot. Rude. This is the downside to not playing the other Entei out. I wanted to play around Suicune a little bit. Can I have Candy and Big Monkey? Is that too much to ask? Leaf's not terrible. Oh, I already used my energy for the turn, though. Or my supporter for the turn. Swap it out again, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and keep here in case they have Cyrus. Should we put a helmet on the dog to start chip-shotting them? Maybe. Yeah, maybe because of the cape I was supposed to do that. Not a terrible idea. Evan Brock, thank you for the 42 months. I appreciate the 3.5 years. Welcome back. BDP, thank you for the over 6.5. Good to have so many old timers still around here. Surprised they discarded the fighting energy there. It's a little aggressive using my elemental switch, but I think I want to take the stock out here. It puts them down a bench Pokemon for the Suicune. I think we're dead. This Lily might be better as Cyrus. If it was a Cyrus, we'd be in a serviceable spot this game. I don't have another Rocky helmet. Between Entei and Rocky helmet chip shots, like I'm gonna swap the Lily for a Cyrus. The healing really hasn't felt relevant. We're just cooked out, right? Because Poliwrath does 140. GG, opponent. Let's make a legendary dogs command, because I don't think people are going to stop asking about Raikou anytime soon. All the legendary dogs are good gamers. Stop bickering about which one is least good. That conveys some feels. Oh man, they can hit us with Garchomp next turn in theory, huh? Maybe they don't have it? Okay, no candy. That's nice. No candy or no chump. One of the two is missing. I'd really like to find Rocky Helmet. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put the cape on the Entei, so that way we don't get cracked by a Cynthia here. Yeah, Manatike Baby Chomp seems really appealing. Because again, the thing you want to do with these babies is curve, and the reason why we're not playing like Magby in our deck is you really want to curve these babies into other one-pointers. As part of their ideal curving. This is the kind of scary part about Garchomp as a deck is like, he's, you know, one of the original cards that draws so many cards, so once the first one's set up, they're very likely to find the second. This is literally the only Pokemon left in my deck, right? So I should communicate, throw it back, throw it and get it back. Just so, it's one less card in my deck when they red card me or whatever. Yes, the thing holding back Garchomp is the energy 100%. He says as his opponent reveals the second fighting energy in a row here. Ooh! Alright. They've got the, yeah. I like their deck. That's what last time we played Baby Chomp, we played. They're probably only on fighting. I thought they had a water energy on the Eevee earlier. Am I not remembering? I must be misremembering. Maybe the Manatike put it on the Eevee? I might be forgetting. Oh, that's Manatike. Okay. Yep. 1 in 3 to find candy. Great. Have I played my copy of Leaf yet? I haven't. So the line here is switch to Entei, hit them for 60, leaf it out, elemental switch, finish for 140. This line does lose to Cyrus, which they're likely playing, I would have to imagine. I don't have any lines to play around that, so these are the cards we've been dealt. So, likely dead here to a card they're typically playing, but we played Door Outs. I think I'm pretty happy with my sequence here. If you tried Typhlosia with Entei, I would think that would be the way to go. You really need to think about prize mapping with these dogs. Ideally, when you're putting an EX Pokemon as your lead, you want to be following it up with another EX Pokemon. So I think following up Entei, Raikou, Suicune with a single point Pokemon is likely not ideal. So let's go ahead and run an advert. I'm going to run my leftover hummus upstairs so it doesn't get warm. When we get back, we're going to play a few more with this. Then we'll move on to the next deck. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We're going to be playing Pokemon all day. If you're enjoying the stream on the YouTube side, make sure you tap the like button. Appreciate the folks that have done that. Good to be back in the regular swing with the new Pocket set. Alright, we're gonna stand up for the next leg, gamers. Oh. This is the next deck Garchomp. Maybe, I don't know, I feel like I want to build with the EX Pokemon from the new expansion a little bit. Usually those are the videos that get the most clicks in the first few days. I probably want to build with all of the dogs. We started with Slowking, so I think I want to hit all the dogs after that. Excited for this Pokemon communication to hit my my second copy of Infernape instead of one of the two copies of the Baby Monkey. God bless us, everyone. sometimes. Sometimes not terribly unlucky. Jumpluff is interesting from the perspective of it's an aggressive lead EX Pokemon that can kind of go 1-1-2. Because you get in, you hit with it, and then you switch back into one-pointers. So it has the potential to open up a new deck building permutations, which is interesting. And you could also play with the original one, yeah. These cards out of my hand. All right, so 6 cards in my deck. One of them is Leaf. So we get 2 draws, 1 in 6, and then 1 in 5 at Leaf to be able to Leaf into Elemental Switch, clean them out next turn. %. Unlucky. Dead to Cyrus plus a single heads. Darn shame. We also missed out our cape here. Our cape would have forced them to have Cyrus plus 2 heads out of 3. Which would have been ideal. Oh, and Jumpluff EX is a May. Holy. It's not even a forced switch. That's crazy. That's so strong. Yeah, we'll play Jumpluff next. Do you think they hit the Cyrus? I think they hit the Cyrus. I think one of the things I like least about Pocket's templating from a consistency perspective is I really dislike when they do EX and baby versions of Pokemon and give those cards different weaknesses. They've done this a few times now, and it makes the game so difficult from a muscle memory perspective of trying to remember what card does what quickly. Yes, they did it. They did it with original Skarmory and new Skarmory as well. Just like it took me forever to finally remember that baby Skarmory is weak to lightning, and then they made EX Skarmory and suddenly it's weak to fire, and I'm just like, everything I know is a lie. I know where I want that one, but I also kind of want to get it out of my hand. Is that whiskey? You try reading Twitch chat 8 hours a day and then you can judge me, okay, gamer? CO Twitch! Thank you for the 7 years of support. That's a real long time. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. I will burn this milk tank to the ground. Yeah, rolling frenzy ramps up 30 damage every turn. Opponent has decided they don't want to get one shot. That's the problem with all in Miltank, because there's a lot of big damage dealers. Yeah, so Shadowverse pre-announced token that they're only gonna do balance passes once every 2 months. So if I'm being honest, I'm honestly not expecting to play Shadowverse again. Because once every 2 months is not remotely enough if they're gonna miss by how much they missed by. Like, and so I've talked about that a lot in game design. Like, it's okay to miss, but like, if you're gonna miss, you gotta be willing to fix it. And fixing it once every 2 months is not it. That's like Wizards of the Coast level balancing. How do the new cards feel so far? Slowking felt way better than I was expecting him to. And Entei is currently functioning as the sticker advertises. Seems very reasonable. Do I burn the leaf to draw a card? It gives it away, which I think is bad. That's pretty punishing. We cooked off of that one? I wasn't expecting Polytone. I guess I should have. Certainly got me. What are your thoughts on Magby, Typhlosion, and Entei? I think trying to play baby Pokemon with these dogs is likely a mistake. Curving the babies into curving the babies into basic EXs does not seem strong. GG, opponent. Rocky Helmet gives us some points of damage here, at least. I need a baby monkey here. Got 6 ways to find a monkey and 13 cards here. Really just don't want to play against Oricorio in Unranked. I think is one of my life choices. If people want to play casual games for fun, they should play cards that are fun. I think Memory Light has a ton of cool applications that I'm super excited to explore with it. Memory Light is a lot like baby Pokemon in that it's a card that makes you need to go back and rethink basically everything else we've played previously that exists in the game and go, okay, what are new tools for this? think I'm on the hope you don't candy me plan. They only have 2 cards. Pretty okay with that, honestly. I was on the cusp of retreating anyways. We want to not rare candy evolve here because this really messes up rare candy enjoyers. Will Suicune make Blastoise playable? Maybe. It can't make it worse, right? Right? Milling your opponent's cards is one of those things that gamers always try to make work in card games despite it not being very good. People talking about Bidoof with Memory Light, that could be fun. To have your HP on a big chunky EX Pokemon that can also hit with a bigger attack. It's definitely appealing. Alright. We, find a piece of candy, we can cook the dog next turn. Still cookable. No longer cookable. Give it a nice, cool, calm, fiery punch. And then with the elemental switch and the big monkey in hand, we're actually pretty well set up here, right? We go big monkey, clean your Entei, and then elemental switch, clean whatever your follow-up is. Drawing an Entei here is actually a good pickup for us too, because it insulates our Chimchar on the bench from a copy of Sabrina cleaning it out. Traveling merchant outside of Slow King is interesting. I don't know that I'd buy that. Hey, Oldham. Yeah, the if you're a fan of the legendary dogs, I have to imagine they are gonna be staples in Pokemon Pocket for the foreseeable future. Was really excited to see them with a meaningful ability, so they don't just get left on the wayside like the birds did from Gen 1. Do we think this game will do rotation for its sets? Absolutely. But my expectation is that they will do either 2 or 3 year rotation, meaning the first rotation earliest will happen October 26, but it might not happen until October 27. So paper Pokemon rotates on a 3-year cycle, I believe, currently. So if they wanted to match that, that would put us into October 27. But because the decks are smaller here, and it's a digital game, I could see them. No, they won't rotate on set B. They'll have two letters at a minimum in their standard at a time, I would imagine. So I think set C in fall of 26 is the soonest we get a rotation. But it might not happen until the year after that. In paper Pokemon, they do 3 letters at a time. That's likely the best part of getting those shinies in packs. When original Celebi rotates out, shiny Celebi will still be available. That's a really interesting thought that I hadn't considered. I just assumed, I just put my tinfoil hat on and cut circulation off from my brain and assumed they put them in there for making pack filler, but it could be leaving certain cards legal for longer. Legality is based only on normal numbering, not over numbering. Oh, so if it works like paper Pokemon, they wouldn't be legal still. That would make more sense. That they are just filler in my tinfoil hat is correct. So, eventually, for people that don't understand how rotations work, eventually cards rotate every year, but it's the oldest set of cards that are currently legal that rotate. So, like, when they hit year 3, they would rotate out year 1, and years 1 and 2 would be legal. However, they could make it 3 at a time, in which case it would be when they hit year 4, year 1 rotates out, then 2, 3, 4 are legal, and then when they hit 5, 2 rotates out, and 3, 4, 5 are legal, etc. One of those 2 is most likely, and obviously that's all speculation. But I would assume we don't get it until we hit year 3 or 4 at a minimum. What do you prefer, rotation or eternal? I think one of the best things about card games with multiple formats is getting to play the game in different ways across both of them. And both rotating and eternal formats have different upsides and downsides. Put a hat on the dog. Is the idea of rotation is that it's easier to balance the sets amongst themselves. It just gives you multiple ways to play the game, like I said, not maggot. And it does do some balancing too. Rotating out older cards not only makes balance easier in a smaller card pool, but it also means that, that's what I searched for. It also means that they don't have to constantly power creep to make their new cards be relevant. Is another meaningful distinction that happens. It also has an upside from a monetary perspective because it means that players have to have the more recent cards to keep playing. Sounds like I agree. It's generally a good thing. I think we're dead. Eternal is like Yu-Gi-Oh! With a bandless one. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Only has a non-rotating format. Magic the Gathering and Paper Pokemon have standard and non-rotating. Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Professor Oak and Pokeball are in the shop, so they'll just be Eternal legal. That makes sense. But I'm also I'm also expecting we'll get a professor's research with a different professor's face on it come set B happening. Would be my expectation. So, super cooked to Osiris, but otherwise in an okay spot. Unfortunately, poison finishes us here. You know, with the Cyrus in hand, I wonder if it's possible I'm supposed to hit them with the Monferno. Man, our opponent really believes in their coins. As they should. They know what they're doing. Got me. They are the chosen one. The double head rocket grunt into the 3 out of 4 to finish it. It's, about unexpected. I want to get one more with this in, and then I think we're gonna switch to some jump bluff. Manatike Lightning Energy, eh? Man, my Kingdom for our stage 1 next turn, huh? Yeah, it could be Dragonite. Oh, you can play Dragonite with Pichu and Manatike now, huh? That's fun. I just had Mythic Island flashbacks that do be like that sometimes. Uh, 50% to be my stage 1. Unlucky. When your opponent tries to raid card you into the better hand and you still miss. Not that the opponent's having much of a better time here. We just didn't help them try to fix it. There's my main man. Punch that tyke right in the mouth. Ooh, that's another good call out for Memory Tool. With Memory Tool, Dragonite EX can use one of its other evolution attacks in between turns. God, that card has so much depth to it. What a cool design. We're gonna spend like the next 2 weeks playing Memory Tool decks after we play these EXs, aren't we? Dragonite's tech says it cannot attack next turn. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Why is it templated like that instead of Big Beat? I guess because it doesn't have other attacks. That's so uninteresting. Wait, Torterra's templated differently. Torterra's templated not like Dragonite. That makes me extra mad. What? Why would you template this and Dragonite EX different? At first, I was gonna excuse it because, like, Buzzwole has 2 attacks, so, like, you would say, like, it makes sense for Buzzwole. Power level. I guess. I don't know. They gotta be pretty bad at their jobs if they thought Dragonite needed extra tooling around it in this game where your energy variance really matters. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a typical TCG player and say it's pretty silly if they thought the stage 2 Pokemon that needs 2 colors of energy would have been too powerful if you comboed a 4th card with it to let it use a small attack in between the big attacks. No, I don't think it would. I don't think Dragonite Memory Tool would have terrorized the metagame. Apologies, but I'm gonna reach and say we're gonna make that assumption. A Ms. Magius enjoyer. We'll play with baby Magius at some point. I don't know if I expect it to be good, but she's one of my favorites. Getting a first point here is annoying, but that's what it is. So this is the one where when you knock it out, you flip a coin to clear your opponent's thing. Cyrus, let's chase the Sylveon down here at least. I wonder if they just have... They must just have a way to deal extra damage next turn, yeah. Our opponent's about to learn how Will.i.am works. So you can see the bonus from Will that appears in the upper right has gone away here. So we could get a draw here. They hit heads, we draw. Or how does that work? Do I get the point right away? No, I don't get the point. So we do draw here then. What a draw. What a draw, gamers. GG. So Will does not work. Will only applies to coins until the end of their turn. Cheshire Gleam. If months were minutes, I'd have been subscribed to you for over an hour. Makes you think about the last 5.5 years, Cheshire. Thanks for coming along through all the different things we've played here over that time. Hope your personal sphere is doing all right. Good morning. Entei is the first of the Gen 2 legendaries that I've played with here in Pokemon Pocket, and it really feels like it does exactly what it says on the tin. Getting to draw an additional card every turn when it's in your active spot feels incredibly powerful. It increases the consistency of these Stage 2 decks a whole heck of a lot, and it gives you this very reasonable 2-energy attacker to lead on to get some chip shots in with before you move into your finisher, which in the case of this deck is Infernape. The deck list also gets to leverage Elemental Switch from our previous expansion, letting us combine it with Leaf and Entei so we can pivot that Entei out and then Elemental Switch one of those energies up to Infernape to hit in a turn where our opponent's not quite expecting it, or we can Elemental Switch plus Red in the same turn to get a big burst for 160 points of damage. That's super relevant in a lot of matchups. If you enjoy seeing new decks explored in Pokemon Pocket, make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything that we're going to have coming up here exploring our latest Secluded expansion. If you like Entei and Infernape, smash the like button on this video for the rest of the day. Have fun with this one, gamers. All right, we are going to tap and add roll live, folks. And then I think we're gonna build Jumpluff. There's a lot of ways we can build Jumpluff, and I'm gonna stew on it over the break, and then we're gonna finish building when we get back and then jump on into some games with it. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. Got like another 5.5 hours or 6 hours before I gotta go today, gamers. We got plenty of time to explore a few more things today, and then obviously we'll be doing more Pocket Monsters tomorrow as well. Knock on wood. This patch seems to be significantly more stable. Seems to be significantly more stable than the previous patch. Who are we playing with Jumpluff, Chip? I think it seems potentially appealing to play it with 1-pointers. And if I don't play Baby Jumpluff, we can play any color here. But kind of the appeal of Jumpluff in my mind is we can have this aggressive lead EX that still forces our opponents to go 1-1-1-1-2. Winterfell, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Baby Plug lets Executors retreat for free. It does. It does. I guess we probably want to be switching into things with minimal retreat costs. Honestly, it's been kind of stuck in my brain since someone on the YouTube, I think it was Scott mentioned on the YouTube side. Wheezing Koga. I love GA Wheezing, chat. An unhealthy amount do I love GA Wheezing. You could play Jumpluff with Cursola. Oh, man. That's adorable. You could play Altaria and play all of the colors. I don't hate Altaria with all of the colors. Cursola is fun. I like the idea of Cursola. I guess the downside to Cursola is the two energy retreat cost, right? You're not gonna be able to breeze by attack again the following turn. You could Sky Shaman. Sky Shaman only reduces retreat costs on Sky Shaman only reduces retreat costs on basic Pokemon. Is Zangoose one retreat? That's a good question. Your ability to deliver the YouTube monologues in one shot is impressive. Is a skill that many people may realize is truly impressive. Thanks, Foxhawk. Gotta work on my reading and talking at the same time. Zangoose is an attack for one. Yeah, that could be good. I like that. Because Drudagon is a 2 retreat. Pibiyukin is a 1 retreat too, right? PU. The PYU or just PU? I don't hate that. I got blue dots on them, selling myself even more. What do we think? I think that's potentially fun. You could play Irida and Erica. I mean, if we really wanted a lot of healing, we could play, you could play the stage 2 heal. Any other 1 retreats I should consider? Yeah, Lily's the stage 2. Let's put the must plays in here to give ourselves a better idea of what we're working with. Shuckle. Like EX Shuckle, or is there a baby Shuckle I'm not familiar with? Again, I wanna pivot into a 1-pointer. I want to pivot into a 1-pointer. Can we put 1 Oricorio in? Yeah, maybe. Those are all retreat ones. But if you were like Snorlax EX plus Elima plus Lyra, having to burn a card every turn you want to retreat back into Jump Bluff sounds really bad. The downside to having this many things is that, it means Pokemon communication wouldn't be super useful. Do we not play the PUs? Is Ori plus these enough? Three things to retreat into is probably enough, yeah? I feel like I want a communication for my... I feel like I want a communication for these. No, I don't think I put a second stage 2 in my deck. Yeah, I think Zangoose is better than PU on average. Yeah, Rocky Helmet sounds fine. And then, because we're doing chip shots, I definitely want a Cyrus. And X speed, honestly, is probably okay for getting this up to the front sooner. Want a communication. Do we do videos for all the new decks? The things that are worth showcasing, yeah, there'll be daily deck highlights up on the Secluded Pocket channel for sure. Do we want a Sabrina or another Cyrus? That's a good question. I feel like I could go either way. Usually when in doubt, splitting the difference is pretty good. Let's do it. Oh, even the stage 1 gets to switch out. Oh, the stage 1 has to switch out. That's interesting. The stage 2 is may switch out. This one is you have to switch if you've got one. Interesting distinction there. Are we done here? Yeah, might be a quick first one. Nope. Just breezing right on by. I'm gonna be really curious to see where the legendary dogs end up at. My gut instinct is definitely that they likely don't want to be paired with all these one-pointers. Sabrina is lethal currently. Zangoose and Oricorio also stellar draws. Yep. Would I regret throwing this Jumpluff back to get Oricorio? Maybe. So I could get a second Xanduus. I guess maybe I'm just supposed to keep it. Although they're healing, so. Sabrina still lethal here. This leaves me dead to Cyrus plus a basic. I think it's right to play out, because otherwise we die to combinations of other things. Alright, it's one of the two things they need to kill us. Alright, sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Here, doggo. Zap. Game ended up being more competitive than I expected it to be at the start. You know what the best part about playing this deck is, chat? I get to let you know that the goose is loose. The goose is loose. Set my mongoose free. Weedle. Were there any cards that make Beedrill better in this latest expansion? I don't think so, right? Memory Tool. Does it? What's Memory Tool doing for him? Could let you paralyze? Sure. It's cute, I suppose. X speed looking real good here for us. Oricorio also potentially good if they're on EX Beedrill. pull out this goose. Sabrina up, the Weedle. Sometimes I wonder why I'm still on Twitter, chat. And then other times I read posts like this one. So they revealed a Mega Pokemon that spits on things, and then revealed a Mega Pokemon that's a hawk too, huh? God bless us, everyone. What year is it? Asking the real questions. All right, if we could dodge a Sabrina, we can dodge a ball here still. Or Corio stands to cheese this out. Sabrina will put us away. When they miss on this, I think we're done here. So I get to smack him for 70. Oh man, this is gonna be miserable, huh? Why would Dina do this to us, chat? Why would Dina do this? Holy. This is gross. Things that are not okay. I mean, they're gonna run out of Ericas and Lily eventually, right? They have to. My stage 2 is better than your stage 2. Neener, neener, neener. Oh! Do they have a non-EXP drill? Do they have a non-EXP drill, chat? We'll never know. Is there a world where we play Sky Shaman to reduce retreat cost? Nah, I don't think so. We're all on 1 and 2 energy attacks, so. Oh, the new premium pass has a Suicune coin in it? Fine, Pokemon, you can have my money next month. I skipped a month, but I guess I'll pay you again. Wait, if I'm gonna buy it next month, can I buy it now and get the rewards from this month and then ride it into next month also? How does that work? Can I do that? Can I do that and do that and then cancel it? Okay. Alright, I guess we'll do that. I'll make a note to do that later. You get too much out of the cosmetics for 10 bucks, basically. I think I'm leaning on the goose. Yes, you could technically subscribe and then unsubscribe every other month, getting all of the benefits, which seems like a large oversight. It does seem like a large oversight, doesn't it? I suppose they probably view the packs you're getting as the primary thing you're supposed to be getting out of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a feature. Yes, auto renew subscriptions, they usually depend on people being too lazy to cancel. It is super accurate. Man, it would be so easy for them to make the season pass not suck too. Like literally all they would have to do is make it so I should have played the other Zangoose out. I wasn't thinking about Sabrina. Literally the only thing they would have to do is like put an EX of your choice in. And it like wouldn't be a big deal. Might be cooked because of that Sabrina mistake. I have at least 3 coworkers who have not opened Pocket in months, but still have a subscription from day one. Yep. Zangoose has Drudagon's ability. Does 20 damage when they hit you. I draw a piece of candy, chat. 2 candies, 2 research, 10 cards. This gets me by stage 1 at least. Skip the loom. I think new fan feed's not very good with memory light. I think that's probably bait. So, Penguin. Ooh, they have another Incineroar. We're probably dead. I think we're cooked because our Corio dies to burn. The Oricorio, my Sabrina mistake cost me this game. Because I didn't play out the, what's it called, the second Zangoose earlier, they got to mark 50 damage on this. I'm not able to wall with it. 110% a game I lost myself by letting 50 damage get marked on this. If this was at 70 right now, we'd be able to chunk through a, what's it called? The flip a coin to try and heal your dead Pokemon is such an insult. Yeah, so like, if that thing was plus 50 there, it would be going down to 50 from that burn. We'd retreat to Jump Pluff, hit them for 70. They'd put us to 30. We'd hit them. We'd get 3 more 70 attacks. Honestly, probably 4, right? Because the Jump Pluff could take a hit as well. So very, very likely win that game if I play the Zangoose out earlier. Little decisions like that can snowball really hard in Pocket. Metal Energy. I'm gonna lead on Zangoose since they're on Metal Energy in case this is a Skarmory. Yeah. I might want to communicate the Oricorio into our stage 2. Of course, Sabrina's also potentially an issue. Alright, not punished. Nice. This Oricorio is currently 50% to be the stage 2. We have a Hoppip and a Zangoose, and then 2 stage 2s in my deck. Nice. Again, gonna continue holding this. We don't want to communicate until we actually need the evolution. So if I draw another non-stage 2 next turn, my communication is more likely to find the thing I actually want. So right now, this communication is 66% to find my stage 2, and if I draw the Zangoose or a Pokeball for the Zangoose, it becomes 100%. So by waiting a turn, we could potentially gain some equity here. And same thing, I'm gonna research before we communicate, because if I draw one of the non-stage 2s like that, I can go ahead and guarantee my outcome now. Now, the Rocky Helmet does mean that Cyrus can pull this back up. I think I Hoppip, so that way Sabrina can't pull it back up. U-turn seems really powerful. It is, yeah. Miltank deck 1. My gut instinct is that Miltank is not a competitive card, so we'll get to exploring it eventually, but it's a low priority for me. I am a really big fan of Jumpluff's design. I am not a fan of Oricorio's design. This feels pretty toxic. I Jumpluff's a very interesting card, and I'm a little bit sad that just like playing it with Oricorio is probably the optimal thing to be doing by a lot. Seth, thank you for the 88 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. It's funny you mentioned Once Upon a Galaxy. We've actually been doing 2 or 3 streams for them a week. They've been sponsoring my content a little bit, but we've been playing a lot more than they've sponsored. There's a really active thread for it in the subs Discord server, and a bunch of us have been playing it. It's probably my most played off-stream game these days. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, gamers. Speaking of things I like a lot, I'm liking Jumpluff, even if Oricorio seems a little bit toxic. We're gonna take an ad break here. I'm gonna throw the deck on the screen. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back. Appreciate everybody that's here for some release day Pokemon Pocket. Remember, if you want the best of the decks we're playing early on, make sure you subscribe to the Hooklandia Pocket YouTube channel. Highlights are gonna go up over there as we explore more. And don't forget to like the live stream on the YouTube side, gamers. Do 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 do. Do do. Do 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 do. Does Morty fall under the same category as cards like Mars and Red Card for you? I don't know what Morty does. Oh, wait, is Morty the one that's like Hiker? Where it like lets you rearrange the top cards of your deck or whatever? That's the one for Psychic? Am I recalling that correctly? Oh, Morty is I skimmed Morty and assumed it was Hiker. It's Morty for your opponent. Yeah, that seems bad. That seems significantly worse than setting up your own thing. It's Chase the Mind Skull. That does not remotely seem worth a card, especially considering your opponent can like shuffle or whatever with Pokeball. I would be very, very surprised if that kind of effect is good. All right, it's funny. I actually read Morty earlier, and I was like, oh, they're just gonna give us a Hiker for every type. I missed that it was rearrange your opponent's stuff. Hiker Doug Trio is the only way forward. Unironically, I think Doug Trio might be playable. These single point Pokemon. The very first deck we played today was Slowking because I opened two full art Traveling Merchants, and I honestly was really impressed by the Slowking deck. Traveling Merchant made it feel really consistent, and one point Pokemon that deal 100 points of damage is a really big swing. Altaria and Slowking and the others that deal that much damage for a single thing seem like super worth potentially exploring. Like the idea of them a lot. I don't think Don Fan is likely good with the new item. I think you'd probably would much rather keep playing the Fan Fee that deals 30 for 1. Especially with Mana Type being added to the metagame. I think memory whatever is likely a very good item, but Don Fan seems like a bad payoff for it. I am most excited to explore the memory card with stage 1s that have a basic that gives them extra energy. So like Melmetal Meltan seems appealing. There's an Electabuzz and a Magmortar. Yeah, maybe Executor. I think all of those seem like they have some potential. Ori not looking very exciting here. Put a hand on Hoppe. What Infernape? We played Infernape with Entei earlier this stream. There'll definitely be a highlight with that one. Felt pretty reasonable. How'd you build a deck around Poliwrath? So, we played some Poliwrath Altaria earlier today, and it's the only deck we've played so far that's actually not going to get a highlight. Because it's just like Poliwrath was not good in Altaria, was the only thing worth doing in the deck. I would love a goose. You silly goose. Bounce right on out here. Infernape with the memory thing. No, I don't think the memory card is really relevant for Infernape. Zangoose's counter attack looking nice and relevant here. Gonna put this Heatran down to 60, which lets Jumpluff clean it out. Would the memory tool let an EX hit Oricorio? No, I don't believe that's how that... I wouldn't expect that to work that way, no. It doesn't work that way in the physical TCG. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to. Good to have confirmation, though. Yeah, the attack is still done by an EX, even if it's being picked from a non-EX card. If they put Typhlosion up, they can kill the Oricorio. If they have Candy Typhlosion. So do I put Goose up? I think I put Goose up. And then if they put Arceus up, I can chase it down with Cyrus later. And if they don't have the evolution, I can clear the Cyndaquil with Sabrina. Previ, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3 resub and for 32 months. I appreciate the over 2.5 years of support. Welcome back. All right, and now we do this. And then they'll need Leaf, Rare Candy, Typhlosion in order to clear the Oricorio. And I have Cyrus to chase the stone. Yep. Yes, I think one of the more common aspects of Memory Tool to explore will be putting Memory Tool in Sylveon decks that don't play Psychic Energy. And from a competitive perspective, I think that's an angle that's super worth exploring. This deck has felt really very clean, and I wouldn't be surprised if something like this ended up being competitive. Obviously, always the big giant asterisk, like, this is, you know, an early iteration. I'm sure some of the details will change, but I would be kind of surprised if something along these lines wasn't competitive. Alright, I think we go Goose, Oricorio, and then I'm going to sit on the second Goose for now, just in case we top deck a, our Pokemon communication. Goose, Oricorio. It's my 5-year-old's favorite game to play. They get to use Sabrina's effect. Oh, that's so rude. I would have much rather they drew some cards. Now I can't clear this with Skip Bloom. Ah, we weren't clearing it anyways. Fair. I probably should have put the Oricorio up with the Ho-Oh in the back. I do have 1x speed here. I'm so silly. I didn't realize we drew. I was so focused on looking for the XP, I didn't realize we drew the communication too. I was 66% to find my big one here. So that's a mistake. Had some slops here. Wouldn't have been a guarantee, but was fairly likely. Put a cape on the goose. Honestly, because I'm knocking this out anyways, I think I just don't communication yet, because if we find a Pokeball, which there's if we find the other basic, this could be guaranteed. So I think because we're taking the knockout anyways, there's no reason to flip a coin here when we can have a guarantee next turn when we need it. What makes Jumpluff even stronger is the stage 1 being good. Absolutely. Especially in a world with all these babies having a deal 30. And the stage 1 also having the switch out effect is so powerful. The opponent could be a Drudagon enjoyer. Lugia. Lugia ain't got nothing on the Demon Bird. And the other part that's powerful and annoying about this deck, even when Oricorio isn't a brick wall, is that we get to attack with this EX Pokemon, but they have to clear through 3 single point Pokemon to knock them out, right? So even though they found their Drudagon, the answer to the yellow chicken, I've still just got all this other stuff still going on that's still very good. And there's the Cyrus to hopefully lock this up. Dragonite is a clean answer to all of this. I mean, that's technically true. Define clean. Clean. So we put this up. They switch to the Drudigon, and they need another EX basic to not get cleared by the Sabrina. I'll be pretty surprised if there's not a competitive jump left deck in this metagame. It's got all the right moves in all the right places for sure. And then an important lesson here is it also is may switch. Yeah, the switch being optional is huge. Well, they might have us here. Maybe I wasn't supposed to give them the Oricorio. We're gonna need the Cyrus here. I suppose we need the Cyrus here at the end, huh? Easy game. It's just like, imagine if your Oricorio attacked for 1 and hit for 70. That game was a good lesson that we're not just all in on the yellow chicken stall, right? We've got some lines. This is what baby Tapu Koko wishes it could do. Absolutely. Baby Tapu Koko only dreams of being this efficient. Wonder if Jump Bluff can pair with Drudigon and Dual Energy or something. So remember, the thing you're switching it into, we're playing the Goose over Drudigon in this deck, because Drudigon has a retreat cost of 2. That lower retreat cost is important. And against opposing Oricorio decks, Zangoose hits for 50 pretty efficiently, which is great as well. Opponent's playing last season's version of Yellow Chicken Cheese, chat. They gotta get on the Jump Bluff. You ain't seen nothing yet, gamer. We got the fancy new chicken cheese over here. Ain't nobody cheese like we cheese. Big cheesy dreams. Is Stoutland retreat cost 1 or 2? Man, Stoutland's funny, but its retreat cost is 2, I'm pretty sure. And playing 2 stage 2s is a lot. Zangoose and Oricorio have the upside of being basics that you switch into as well. And so it's so hard to fit a second big line into a deck that has a stage 2. right, looking for a big one here. There it is. And I even have the X speed to keep the energy on this potentially. All right, I think I'm burning the X speed. Yeah, I think I'm burning the X speed, and I think this is actually an instance where we don't pivot off the jump bluff. Because I don't want the Tapu Koko to knock out my Zangoose if I can avoid it. Alright, and then I need to draw another Goose or other Goose or Oricorio here now, obviously, because they had the Cyrus. But they're trading 2 points for 1 here at this point, and then just hoping that they can cheese me with the Oricorios. I've got a research, and even if I draw a stage 2, I can communicate for one of the basics, right? And they only have 1 point here, and now I have 2. And there's our Oricorio. And I'm gonna decline switching here, so that way they don't get to get a hit on my Oricorio first. And they don't even win the game when they get rid of my Oricorio, because it'll only be their second point. And I've got a Sabrina and a Cyrus in my deck that we can draw to here. Oh, Jump Bluff is weak to electric, is annoying. That's a good call out. Okay, so I need to draw my second Zangoose this turn, of which I have a Pokeball and a Zangoose, or I need to draw a Sabrina or a Cyrus to win on the spot. So we've got 2 out of 9 that are solid hits, and then 2 out of 9 that win the game, and then I have a Communication that can redraw. And thanks to my Rocky Helmet, this Pokemon... I guess the Pokemon Center lady keeps the switch from being lethal. Now I need Zangoose, right? This game is so easy, chat. Just draw the cards you want. Nice Mars, though. Yeah. Nice Mars, though. They turned my 2 cards into 1, chat. Hello, opponent. They can't be salty about losing to Oricorio, right? Like, they're playing 2 of them. Yeah, they're probably just trying to noodle if they have any lines, but I'm pretty sure they don't. We've got them. They need like a potion here, but the Rocky helmet locks them out. I mean, not attacking means they're not dead. They're not dead on board, I suppose. And the problem here is, like, a Sabrina with the Pikachu doesn't even do it because I have another 1-pointer on my bench. Yeah, I guess, like, Cyrus plus a switch could get us here, question mark? Speak of the devil. And obviously we would just Sabrina here if we hadn't run that. That would probably be enough to tempo them out of the game. This one was pretty gross, gamers. I think I've played enough of it, and we're gonna go ahead and record an intro and move on. How's it going, gamers? If you're looking for powerful new decks in this Pokemon Pocket expansion, I would be really surprised if something close to this one didn't end up being some competitive in some iteration. Jumpluff EX, giving you the option to switch it out every time it attacks, feels incredibly powerful. This is an aggressively slanted EX that removes the downside that early EX Pokemon often have, which is you give up 2 knockout points when they go down. Being able to crack your opponent for 70 points of damage for 1 energy when you rare candy into it, and then pivot into Zangoose or Oricorio, essentially letting you set up for a 1-1-2 prize map, while also making your opponent have massive headaches of taking counterattack damage from Zangoose or completely walling out their EXs with Oricorio. Feels incredibly strong. We round out the extra slots in this deck with various utility cards like Rocky Helmet, Cape, X-Speed, and Sabrina and Cyrus to let us win games in key spots, and the whole mixture felt incredibly powerful. If you enjoy seeing new competitive decks explored in Pokemon Pocket with the latest expansion, make sure you're subscribed to Oaklandia Pocket on YouTube to not miss anything coming up. If you love this one, smash the like button for the rest of the day. Have fun. All right, gamers, we are going to roll a quick advert on the YouTube and Twitch side. I think we're gonna build something else when we get back. Maybe it's time to explore a memory deck. It's time to explore. Maybe we'll start with Melmetal. I think I would like to try some Melmetal. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Unless someone can sell me on something that sounds more compelling than that. I think I like the idea of Melmetal though. What do you think of using Raikou in the previous deck instead of Goose? I think giving up 2 knockout points is not great. I also think you would need something like Leaf to be able to switch out of the Raikou back into the Jumpluff the following turn. And I think once you have Jumpluff set up to Leaf out every turn, what are you drawing towards? Because you already have your payoff. I think it's pretty minimal upside. Yeah, who are we doing for our partner in this one? Is it just Skarmory? Skarmory can technically wear the memory tool as a tool. It's probably just Skarm. Realistically, I know that's not super exciting, but he's probably the best by a lot. He's just a very good Pokemon Pocket card. I should probably favorite Memory Light. Oh, not wish list, favorite. Yeah, definitely a Steel Apron pile of cards. That is for sure. No Skarmory EX. Yeah, you want to think about your pricing when you're building your decks. Melmetal is our finisher in this deck. I probably don't need this many tools, huh? 4, 5, 6, 7. That's probably 7's probably too many. 7 is probably too many. What do we think? How many tools are we on? You want 5 and a merchant? I don't know that I'm sold on merchant. I think it's 5 or 6. I think I'm definitely on 2 memory lights and 2 steel aprons. Nev, thank you for the 88 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. It's a long time. I think we need a 5th basic. Why do I need a 5th basic? When you're counting tools, do you include Twitch chat? Oh, would you say something so brave yet so true? We ever an Animan gamer? I feel like I would play Potion before I play Animan, and I think I could be talked into playing Potion. Potion seems fine. I could see an X speed being appealing. Giovanni is super good with Skarmory. Dystopian, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. One upside to playing Traveling Merchant is that it adds consistency to your deck because it draws more cards, which is nice. We could play at X speed to shuffle the start, but at the same time, I kind of don't mind starting on either of these Pokemon, right? Yeah, Geo is good with really good with Baby Skarmory. Agree with that. I think I want the Giovanni. Merchant for consistency, I think. I don't have a ton of... I like the thought from chat about, if there's 5 in my deck, Merchant is kind of like having one. And I'm not on that many supporters anyways. And Merchant gives us more access to our Steel Aprons and our memories. It's kind of like a third virtual copy of the two I really want to see more frequently. I think this last slot could be a few things. Honestly, second Potion might even be good. X speed, second Giovanni. So Merchant looks at your top 4 cards and gives you all tools from among them, and then shuffles the rest back in. So could brick, but usually going to draw us at least 1 card here. About Loomberry over a Potion. Well, Loomberry sucks, and Potion is great. I can see Leftovers over Potion. But I already have a lot of other tools. You can't put 2 tools on the same thing. Could you see Pokemon Center Lady or Shaman over the Potion? So the problem with putting Shaman is it gives me a Pokemon that I don't want to lead on. And I think that's bad. No, I think I want the Potion. I think I want some healing with my damage reduction. Is the TLDR. I want some healing with my damage reduction. Sorry, let's start here. We've officially been in the deck editor for too long. Pokemon Center Lady could maybe be better than Potion. I could buy that just because we're not on a ton of supporters. That one's not a strictly better, strictly worse. It's a very, very situational thing. Once more into the breach. I was watching another creator today, and I'd have given anything to have them say they'd been in the deck editor for too long. Yeah. Yeah. My golden rule of content is I try not to do things that make me turn other streamers' streams off. And I frequently zone out when a creator's been in their deck editor for too long, so I try not to spend too much time in the deck editor, even on release day. At a certain point, hemming and hawing over the last slot or two ultimately doesn't matter, and you should just, like, ship it and play some games. get a feel for how the cards work. What do you watch content-wise in your own time? Usually whatever game I'm playing the most of lately. I think my longest running Twitch sub I currently have access is to Loopy Fist. He does a lot of Pocket stuff. Just seems like a general all-around good dude. Always has a pretty reasonable vibe in his channel. So long cards, hardly do ya. Does Pachirisu EX benefit from traveling merchants, or does it not really matter which tool you have? Yeah, I think Pachirisu just doesn't really care about specifics too much. Do you watch Spraggles as well? Yeah, I've watched a good bit of Spraggles content. I actually probably watch Spraggles play more Pocket even these days than I do, play Unite more these days than Pocket. Occasionally I'll get the itch and feel like I want to play Pokemon Unite, and then I'll go watch like Spraggles or Chris Hero stream for an hour or two, and I'll be like, nah, I'm not gonna do this to myself. Ooh. Oh, you know, I shouldn't have played that out. I have a communication in my deck. That was a mistake. That's what I do with League of Legends, yep. The last time I played Pokemon Unite was probably a year and a half ago at this point. And my wife and I always played that game together. And we played together and we got to Masters. And our first game in Masters, the lowest MMR person in our lobby called Absol, insta-lock center, and then inted into the opponent's backline for like a straight 10 minutes. And we just coolly and calmly turned off our switches and haven't played since. Just one of those, and that's enough of that type moments. Just peak MOBA gaming, really. I'm putting an apron over here. Explain that in Pocket terms. It really doesn't have a good Pocket comparison. Basically, the worst player on our team took the most important role and then played it in the worst way possible for the entire game. I guess a good way to explain it, even a card gamer could explain. Card gamer will understand. They called the most important spot on the team and then played it absolutely terribly. And then you just lose and there's nothing you can do, and it's just like, all right. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you gotta be willing to take those types of games if you want to play a MOBA. And my wife and I were just like, you know what? Not worth it. Hey Jeff, do you think you'd play Pocket events on Limitless in the future? Probably not. I played a bunch of tournaments for Pocket shortly after the game dropped. And just unfortunately there's not Actually, quite the opposite. In my experience, tournament gameplay actually performed worse than playing regular random matches because a lot of people who consume Pokemon Pocket content feel disconnected from tournament gameplay, like it's not relevant to how they play the game. So it's making the time to play in a tournament to then have it be content that less people want to watch while also being less convenient for my schedule is just like not a mix of things that makes sense for me to do. Especially post-ladder. The tournament content performed even worse for me post-ladder. J Prime, thanks for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. They took my tools away. You talk about the 2-deck format from Worlds. I think multi-deck TCG tournament formats are pretty uninteresting and lame. I think games that do multi-deck tournament formats are using the multi-deck setting as a way to cover up the fact that their game doesn't have much metagame diversity. And even then, sometimes they're poorly balanced enough that that doesn't matter. Do you think that this game is based on skill and decisions, or just card diffs, and then matchups? If I were to estimate it, I would say Pokemon Pocket's probably like 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and constantly queuing into Sylveon is 50% pain. And at the end of the day, you just gotta make sure you remember Melmetal's name. He's coming for you with the heavy impact. Did we just build our own Giratina in steel? That is kind of what we did, yeah? It's 10% skill, yep. Do we really just sit there in the tank for 20 minutes and then play the perfect card? Come on now, gamer. Classic Pokemon Pocket gameplay. They have used both their EV bags, yeah, so maybe Melmetal lives here. They need to double heal the Sylveon. Let's see if they know that. Otherwise, they're dead to the Cyrus. Our Metal here letting us retreat this next turn, which is nice. Meaning if they don't have a Cyrus in their last remaining cards, we could get through them even if they take the proper line. Okay, and they messed up here, so they're dead to Cyrus. But even if they hadn't messed up, if they would have switched into the other Espeon and healed this back up, they would have still needed a Cyrus of their own. Catch us back up otherwise. Woo! I almost misclicked there. I wasn't expecting a mass at the bottom. That was pretty clean, gamers. The memory tools there being instrumental in giving us enough energy. That was sweet. Tool is such an excellent... Tool feels like baby Pokemon in that it is not remotely a power creep addition to the game, but it is giving me so many new things to think about. So many old decks to go back and think about. First day of the new set, no ranked mode. Let's play the S tier deck with no new cards and rope your opponent. So obviously I don't appreciate them running the clock all the way down to make an easy, obvious play. But I actually will say, as someone who wants to focus on building new competitive decks, I actually would prefer it if all of my opponents were playing stock good decks from last season. Like, it's novel and fun to, like, slam my bad new deck into someone else's bad new deck. But if you're gonna build something that's potentially good, you need to test it against the things that were good last time. So, like, getting to see our deck there with the memory tool matter get to play into a top deck from last season, that's an excellent bit of content. And it helps me as a deck builder say, oh, it feels like maybe there's something here. We kept up with one of the best decks from the last season. I would much rather play into this than play into random jank. My goal is to build good decks, and if you want to build a good deck, you gotta beat the other existing good decks. Look at this little tyke chat. I'm gonna play a memory light out here proactively, play around red card and what's it called a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna put the other one on Skarmory just yet. This game is just a race to set up fast. And yes, my dear gamer, tell me how all of your other card games you've played worked, that if you wouldn't describe them as a race to do something. What do all these other games you play look like? That is how card games work, especially games that are designed to have bite-sized gameplay. Shocker that comment came from the same person who just made the, well, how much luck versus skill is this game? You know, you can always tell there's a type. There has been plenty of water energy today, which is great to see. I think we're cooked here. Opponent having first energy advantage. Definitely a tough nut for us to crack. I don't see us coming back from here. Take a pause and think about it for a minute, but yeah, GG opponent. The Crowd Rare Baby is gorgeous. It does look very good. Agreed. We are definitely playing a deck that wants first energy advantage by a lot. It's our first full brick on that one. So long, Cosmog. I hardly knew you. If we get Candied, we're probably cooked. We could probably keep up with Candy decks with First Energy, but I think when a Candy deck has First Energy, we're just going to get run down 9 times out of 10. Ideally, we draw Memory Tool next turn so we can go Melmetal into a mass still. Alright, they ain't got it. I think I want to play around them hitting it this turn. It means I can't amass, so I'm down in energy, but my Skarmories only need 1 energy anyway, so I think being down in energy is fine here. Only 4 cards in their deck, so I assume we're getting Solgaleon here. If they don't have it this turn, still they're cooked. There's 4 cards in their deck. Like, this is the downside to playing a rare candy deck, is like they have to have their 3 cards, and if they're missing any of them, they don't get to play the game. Like our Melmetal Skarmory deck is significantly more consistent than them. Even without Sylveon, like, we just need fewer cards together. I assume this is my 3-card combo is buried Salty Disconnect here. Oh, they're back. They technically didn't run the clock all the way down. That's nice of them. I'll put this on Skarmory, so if they Mars me, I don't lose it. And that's 2 points thanks to weakness here. Gosh, I think this deck was the people, or this Solgaleo as a card was the card people were most mad about my rating on the latest EX tier list roundup that we did last week. They were so upset that I rated it low, despite it not having any competitive success this season, basically. Or last season now, I suppose. Alright, well now they're guaranteed to have it. Okay, they have both. So this game's not over yet. We need to find our Sabrina. Even that might not be enough, yeah. Because what, they're gonna go to 170, and then I'm hitting them only for 110 down to 160, and then they're gonna swap it out. Does Giovanni matter? I don't think so. Tap it anyways, because why not? With the apron on it, this doesn't one-shot it either way. Yeah, Melmetal being able to one-shot Sylveon's a big deal, thanks to weakness, for sure. Do I have a sequence here? So I put Skarmory up. All my things being only 1 point is potentially a saving grace here. Probably starts with the research. Oh, you know what? I threw, yeah? If I would have, I could have gone, yeah, wow. Okay, so we hit it, and then I threw it. I could have metal armed this to 120, and then next turn, this would go up to 3 total with the memory jar. Yeah. Cool. That's neat. I would have, yeah, we would have, if I would have hit them with the Skarmory, we'd have had the game here. Because I'd have still, I can't attack with this turn anyways. I can't attack with this turn anyways, and I still would have been able to attack with it the following turn. I suppose if we top deck Cyrus, we still cook them. 20% for that? Is there justice in the world? There's not, so we should draw it, yeah? Rats. I would say unlucky, but in actuality I threw. GG opponent. Close, interesting game. Another one where memory jar really would have mattered. Yeah, red not so useful against us. I'm actually surprised at how few legendary dogs I've seen. Ooh, I like the opponent's deck a lot. I think Suicune with this stage 2 sounds really sweet. It's on my list of Suicune things to try for sure. Is it not memory jar? It's memory something. Memory link? Nah, it's memory jar. Well, that's not the one I was expecting. I wonder if they're playing both. They must be playing both, yeah. Nice 20 points of damage for 2 Energy Gamer. Nice 20 pointer. Seems real easy to click the wrong move with it adding it to the bottom. Absolutely. Click the wrong one, yep. We've been close a couple of times. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom while these adverts roll. Have a deck list on the screen. If you're watching this on the YouTube side, please tap the like button. I implore you. Don't go anywhere. We've got a number of hours of Pokemon Pocket coming up yet today. I appreciate everybody that's here for our release day stream. Does the new Poliwrath have any potential? I would be kind of surprised if it does. I feel like if you want to have the risk of being a 2-color attack, you'd rather just play Dragonite. We played with it a little bit this morning, and I was really not impressed by it. As I get ready to mix up some of my wonderful Hoaglandia branded shaker, I would just like to give a shout out to one of my sponsors who makes this shaker as well as the drink mix I'm about to shake up in it. Advance does hydration and energy drink mixes. If you want an easy way to support my content while picking up something delicious, you could use my link with code Hoaglandia30 through end of day tomorrow to get 30% off of any of the drink mixes up on their site. In addition to the Hoaglandia branded shaker, we've also got one of my favorite flavors, the Cherry Apple Hydration, that comes with my my Jester logo branding on it for a limited time. Appreciate the folks that have checked them out. I think one of the strongest endorsements I could give for a product like Advance is they send me a couple of tubs every quarter as part of being sponsored by them, but I also buy a few more myself with my own dollar dues because they are delicious. I probably drink one or two per day. One or two mixers, not tubs. For clarity's sake. Yeah, BKU, I plan to keep an eye on Shadowverse and, like, maybe the metagame will figure out and the Runecraft deck won't be the best deck, but I don't think I can reasonably play Shadowverse and feel good about it while Runecraft is their best deck. It's just such a miserable experience to have be your best deck. So if I only put one basic on my bench, Suicune will max out at 80 points. Gosh, it's been so long since I've been Mistied, I can't say I've missed it. I accept your 10 points. Looking for a Meltan. Looking for a Meltan. Guaranteed to have a Meltan with the Pokeball and the communication, yeah. If I want to put this on here, do I risk my hand getting shuffled away to make sure they can't kill this? I think so. I don't think I can win if they kill this turn, so. Gabriel Laurie, thank you for the Prime sub. Those bits of direct support, even by using Jeffrey Bezos dollars, are one of the big reasons why I'm able to do what I do as a job, and I appreciate you dropping it off here this month. Gamers, if you're one of the many people out there that gives Amazon money every single month for Prime, I'm not judging you, I'm one of you as well. Consider linking your Prime account to your Twitch account and using your Prime sub here. It doesn't cost you anything extra, and it takes real dollars from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them to me. So I can keep doing what I do here as a job. And in any given month, probably somewhere between 40 and 60% of my subscriber revenue on Twitch is from Prime subs. It really does add up in a meaningful way. Oh, not that one. We need Giovanni this turn. Protract Turtle, thank you for the brand new primer as well. The real question is, can we get through this one trio? I don't know the answer. Honestly, I'm probably supposed to play this other Melmetal out to help spread the damage around. What do you think of the new Jumpluff EX? I'd be very surprised if there's not a competitive Jumpluff deck in the metagame. We played a bunch of it earlier today, and there will be a highlight up over the weekend or at some point in the next couple of days. I accept humbly and graciously. All right, I need a memory jar. Okay. Is that enough? I might not actually be enough, yeah. I think the fact that they had first energy advantage is gonna catch up with us here. I have to have some pretty crazy one trio variants to not win this game. They need to go like 2 and 1, and then we need to hit an evolution and then have them spread in a way that means they don't die. I'm not dead yet! I'm not dead yet! Oh, no, we are dead, yeah. Because this can't take 2. I need this to be able to take 2 and 1 again. And this is gonna get cooked. GG opponent. Close game considering they had first energy advantage. Pretty happy with how I played to my outs here. Or just one turn too slow. And they had Misty heads this game, right? This was they had first energy and their turn 1 Misty hit for a coin. Oh, the Suicune gets us too. Yeah. So we were doubly negative on tempo this game. Both them having first energy and the Misty. That's true. They're playing one trio. They're the enemy protagonist. We are just a side character in their story. What is first energy advantage anyways, chat? Never heard of her. What do I think about the new Celebi? I think new Celebi is a bait card that only punches down. None of the best decks from last season's give 2 shits about the new Celebi. It's a card that's going to be good against decks that already aren't very good. The 2 best decks by a wide margin last season were Espeon, Sylveon, and Darkrai Giratina. And the 3rd best deck by a close margin was Buzzwole. Yeah, Celebi's gonna be good against the Candy Copium tier decks, is exactly correct. Is it not okay against SP and Sylveon due to effectively lowering their max HP? Kinda. Those decks tend to be really good against things that deal chip shots worth of damage because of all of the healing. print out this one. I think we're probably cooked. If you hit Sylveon, they can also re-evolve and draw some more. Accurate. Traveling Merchant seems a lot better than I first gave it credit for. Agree. It might even be, dare I say, fine. No! Fuck, I finally did it! We knew it was gonna happen eventually. We knew it was gonna happen eventually. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. The Skarmory draw meant we were probably in that game. Slow and steady. Thank you for the 3 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah, memory jar is unplayable on mobile chat. Unless you have the fingers of a small child, you should never consider playing this card on your cell phone. All right. Get to put Gibble in a box to the ground. As much as I would like to save the memory light here, I think we definitely just want to clean this out. Veiled Wanderer, thank you for the almost 4.5 years. Welcome back. All right, opponent. To candy or not to candy? Okie doke. So when I find this other memory light, do I just evolve? I think so, yeah? Oh, you know what? I should potion so we don't die to Rampardos. Chomp, sure. Chomp is far less scary here. It does 30 and then 80. Thanks for the almost 2 years, Loco. We'll still be playing plenty of snap around these parts. Don't you worry. Hey, Isabus. Yeah, my personal sphere is doing pretty all right. General state of the world aside. Probably going to come down to how many lilies they draw and are playing. Almost did it again. No, not today, Satan. The amass button is just so much bigger than the deal 120 button. It's just so much bigger. Oh, they had the first lily. Dewey Cyrus. What's the sequence? I buy more time potentially if they don't have Rampardos and I just leave this up, yeah? No, I don't have a second Cyrus, so yeah, I think we just chill on it. Okay, so if I draw Melmetal, we could have a shot here still. Sabrina could win the game. I forget. I was changing decks on release day. I always mix up which tools we're playing. One in 3 to find Melmetal. Rats. You're just dead to linear attack anyway, right? No? The thing on the bench has 80. So if our lead can survive the 100-point hit, we get to clear them on the backswing the next turn. Yeah, we're playing Cyrus because we have a lot of chip shots from the Skarmory is generally better. Ooh, probably another Memory Light deck with the Electabuzz here. It's unfortunate our Metal Bird is weak to the Zeraora. Feels bad to have to do this, but I think it's necessary. Dodge a Giovanni. We could dodge a ball here. Is the hand camera broken? When I came back to making Pokemon Pocket content, I did not put back together my scene that was all cut up because people would regularly complain about the cut up scene, and using it is more work for me as a content creator. So why would I continue to do work that people are going to complain about? Life's short. I'm gonna take the path of least resistance. Almost everyone that makes content for this game just does a full screen like this, so might as well join them. That's what people expect. I think that means we're dead. We draw Memory Light and communicate into what's it called, we could be okay. We're just taking 120 next turn. We haven't had first energy advantage in like a dozen games. It's real annoying. Even that game where we got to go second, they had the Zeraora, so it didn't matter. I just want to make it clear, and I always have to give this lecture on set release day, that like constructive specific feedback where you're like pointedly trying to improve the deck that I'm working on is great. Just saying, Jeff, you've lost with this deck, it's bad, or this deck doesn't work is not welcome, is gonna get you sent to the Shadow Realm. One of the #1 reasons why there's a lack of innovation in card games is because gamers are terrified to lose games. And if you're gonna give up after you take a couple of losses with something, you should just go net deck from someone. Pretty decent start here. The lack of first energy advantage again might be our death knell. One of our hopes is that they can't fill their bench, but there's 2 Pokeballs. So what's the back and forth look like? I go energy, a mass, they hit me for 70. If the potion lets me clear them, yeah? The potion lets me clear them? And then the hope is 2 Skarmories can come in and finish up after that fact. Which I don't know if that's gonna be the case. There's also a good chance they're on 2 copies of Cape with Pachirisu. I think, again, just because they had first energy advantage, we end up too far behind here. Maybe that's enough if we find the evolution next turn with this Memory Light in hand. So I have a Pokeball, a Skarmory, and the actual Melmetal, and then I have 2 researches. So five out of 8 cards get me my evolution. Oh wow, and they don't have a tool still. Okay. Oh man. Okay. We're still live if we find the Melmetal. We're 5 out of 8 to have our thing here. And again, like, this is a game where, like, talking about winning or losing your takeaway on a deck. This is a game where, regardless of the outcome, I look at this deck and I'm like, this was an interesting, close game. And we were on the back foot the entire time, and it's still close, right? People hyper-fixate on specific results way too much and don't take the time to think through all the things that happened or not in those games. And those details really matter when you're trying to evaluate if a deck could be good, bad, or otherwise. I don't know if this deck is ideal. Almost certainly not. Is the core here reasonable? Maybe. It's got some stuff going on. It definitely feels like. And then if they have second Cape, we have Cyrus next turn that still wins us the game 1 and 6. Survey says, don't misclick next turn, Jeff. Okay, all right, slow and steady. Slow, I appreciate the call out. Misclicking would have had a pretty heavy impact on the game. Or maybe not. What a sweet game with an interesting deck. That's all I want out of my card games chat, is to play interesting games with sweet decks. Another game. Another lack of first energy advantage. All right, what does the lineup look like? If I steal Apron, I take 0 into 30 into 60, so I die in 3. If I cape, I take 10 into 40 into, so I think I cape because I'm dead in 3 either way. I don't know if I want to Apron or Memory Light this one yet, so we'll wait on the other one. Is Gengar EX good yet? The eternal Pokemon Pocket question. Is Gengar EX good yet? Melmetal OTK's the cow. Thank you. I appreciate your service. Got me. Does Sabrina stop Rolling Frenzy's effect? Absolutely. All right, second Sabrina or not drawing Melmetal could get us here. That's the way the cookie crumbles, though. I'm really confused that they're not taking this knockout, as you will. It just doesn't matter. Potion is not quite enough to get us across the finish line here, right? Because they do... No, Potion does. Potion saves us? Potion saves us. Rats. Close. If we'd have had red over Giovanni, we'd have gotten there, but I think Giovanni's better for tagging 60 HP basics. GG opponent. And that's another one where we had a draw at the end of the game to win it on the spot, and it was still razor thin with them having first energy advantage. Like, all right, I had a draw on the last turn that let me win the game, and they had the ideal start. That's just how it be. It's actually like the double-digit games in a row where our opponents had first energy advantage. Just wild. For everybody at home who's playing Release Day Bingo in the YouTube chat, we've had Jeff's been unlucky so far. We should change our deck suggestion and go ahead and check that one off. I know it's something of a free space, but, you know, just for the sake of posterity, it's there. I just need a is this Mogwai's deck to win. Ooh, I thought the cape was gonna save him, but they put it on the Entei. Hit him with the old metal arms here. It seems like first energy advantage is massive in this game. That's not true at all. So this game gives you the option to build decks that cares about first energy advantage or not. And the current deck I am playing is on an unlucky streak where we've not had first energy advantage and it needs it, but it is not remotely true that having first energy advantage is always beneficial. So in this particular deck I'm playing, it's always beneficial, but I've made a deck building choice to play a deck where that's the case. Yes, and not only have we gotten unfortunate with the first energy advantage, but in like half of these games, we spend the last turn and we're like, well, if we draw card XYZ, we win, and then we brick on it still. So even when we're in this not ideal spot, the game is still close. It's like, oh, we got unfortunate and it was still close. Like, even here, right? Like, they're on first energy advantage, and if I find Discarberry, the Scarberry plus the Melmetal is, like, gonna give them a run for their money, yeah? Because, like, I'm weak, but I also take 20 less, so they're only dealing 60 twice here. It's gonna take 3 hits. Don't amass next turn. Truth. Truer words. Truer words. I don't even know that our deck has rough edges so much as just like our win rate would be significantly higher if we were just like going second half of the time instead of none of the time. Rough. Saying the deck has rough edges is another way to say it's not quite agile enough and we need to circle back around to talk about it after tomorrow morning stand-up. Whoop! What are this deck's deliverables? It's on track to hit all of its KPIs this season, so that's good. You've gotta be forking shirting me right now. Them's the beats. Is my deck bad? I should change everything, chat? That's what we should do, right? I should change everything and it's terrible because we lost that game. I'm not just as easily discouraged as the rest of you. I understand how to look at a game and be like, man, that was unlucky. Let's go next. Have some adverts. We will we'll return with this one in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you're enjoying seeing us test lots of different things. Make sure you tap the like button. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. Yeah, Memory Light's a really neat card. I think the only slot I'm somewhat hazy on is the Traveling Merchant. She's been okay. Probably would win a few more games if she was like Sabrina or another Cyrus though, or even another Giovanni. We need to add Team Rocket Grunt to counter the double elemental switch, absolutely. Absolutely. Can we slot a baby Pokemon in here? I mean, that's okay, I guess. It's like the only baby you really might want to play is like Tyrogue for some chip shots. I'm not sure that that's very beneficial. It'll make your communication and your Pokeballs less consistent. I just don't see the upside. The merchant card draws you Pokemon tools. We have burst energy advantage. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Do 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 do. Boop do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. We're just amassing. I don't know if I want to commit Cape or Memory Light yet. Could go either way. Watch them like leaf into Candy Crobat. I think it's just this. Evolving and Memory Lighting doesn't stop chip shots from Darkrai. Oh, they have the Arceus bat. Yeah, that's fair. GG. Messed that one up for sure. Those are also kind of like the Melmetal hard counter though, right? They had a bunch of chip shots that aren't actual attacks. Would Melmetal be too strong if it was immune to Darkrai and Greninja? Probably not. In fact, the game would probably be better if there was a hard counter to those inside of it. Good, back to me going first. It's my happy spot. I'm gonna chill on this other one for now because we have a copy of Communication that could use that to fish up with. may or may not want to memory light the Melmetal. We'll see. How did Poliwrath and Altaria feel earlier? Altaria felt really good. I want to build some stuff with that one. Melmetal felt really mediocre. Or Poliwrath felt really mediocre. Well, it felt like we were playing a bad Poliwrath deck for the sake of playing. A bad Altaria deck for the sake of playing Poliwrath. Yeah, Altaria feels like a really sweet way to template how dragons should work in this game. Where, like, you don't have to have 2 colors. You get a functional attack without them, but you get this solid bonus if you have them. Melmetal goes pound for pound against Poliwrath, yeah? Right? Because I go... How am I supposed to play this? I'm actually not sure if I'm supposed to play this. So playing this out makes me worse against Sabrina later, but it makes me better against Sabrina early. Can I beat Sabrina? I think the answer is no. Because if I play Melmetal this turn, they don't Sabrina me. But and then once I put Melmetal up, I hit them, and then they Sabrina me up into the other Melmetal, and then I can't retreat it, right? So I'm dead to Sabrina either way, and playing this out gives them one more turn to draw it. So we just shouldn't play it because I can't retreat it. And I know it feels bad if they have it here because it looks like we could have played around it. But the way the turn sequence plays out here in terms of permutations, we lose either way, right? And I'm just a turn behind, right? If I play Melmetal and then evolve into Meltan and Memory Light next turn, I only go up to 2 energy. And this is, again, a game where they had first energy advantage, and I'm one turn off. My current impression is I would be very surprised if there is a competitive Poliwrath deck in the metagame. I think Poliwrath is likely going to be just a rare candy copium deck where when you high roll and you get your 2 colors of energy and you hit your stage 2, it's fine. but it's like not consistent. It's not powerful enough to make up for the fact that there's a lack of consistency. I don't think there's a singular compelling reason in the game to play Poliwrath as opposed to Dragonite EX. Right, Dragonite EX just hits significantly harder. Dragonite EX has almost all of the same issues while hitting harder. I think I'd chill on this, because if we find the, communication, we're gonna be able to cycle it out. Unfortunately, Dragonite EX is templated. It just can't attack the following turn, so Memory Light does not let you use other attacks. It's the unfortunate reality. Oh no, they're gonna burn me! That's so rude. Flip! Flip! Alright. I'm gonna almost misclick every time just because the attack's in the wrong spot, basically. I clench every time, as you should, honestly. It's just, this equipment has made me realize how much I use muscle memory to hit the right spot on the card every turn while going quickly. Just because if you look at where heavy impact is located on the screen, with and without this thing, it's in a very different spot, yeah? When you don't have this on, heavy impact is like down here. That's bad UI design for reference. It should absolutely put the new attack in the different spot, not the old one. You could color it different too, but physically on the screen, it should just be aligned in a space that's different. My original attack should be in a different spot than... My original attack should be in the same spot, not a different one. Would be better UI design. An elf enjoyer, gamer of culture. I think the best spirit is coming for us. I actually think the #1 quality of life feature they've failed to implement in this game that's actually really detrimental and pretty unacceptable that it's not in yet. The fact that there is not a setting in the settings menu to stop the game. Like, look at this. You see how the screen zooms in when I go to do this? It is absolutely an accessibility feature, and honestly would probably improve performance on lower end devices if the game screen wasn't constantly going in and out. Big motion sickness trigger for some people I know. I think I'm setting up second Meltan here. The downside to playing it is if I draw Pokemon communication. Like getting another energy on here seems good. The animation's not pausing the timer is a different issue altogether, but yeah, that would be nice. Maybe I'm just supposed to put the Skarmory up and hit them. Very possible. Hopefully this draw has a heavy impact on the outcome of the game. Oh, you know what? I should have saved the cape. I should have saved the cape for Melmetal, right? Because Melmetal with the cape would have survived a Supreme Blast. Yeah, I should have saved the cape for this. We had other tools for here, and I was just playing it out to like reduce hand size. So I should have saved it for a full health Melmetal or held on to it for the time being. If I wanted to put a tool on here proactively, I could have put something like Memory Light. The extra sustain item artifacts don't matter on this one. I guess they can't kill this next turn, right? Especially not if I Steel Apron it. So I'm gonna chill on the Skarmory for now, because again, we can hit Pokemon Communication, which would let us turn the Skarmory into a Melmetal deterministically, which would be nice. So 2 copies of Melmetal in 4 cards effectively. We get to draw 2. Nice. We clear this. We get our second point, and then they can put up Mess Spirit and get their second point. But that Melmetal's ready to clean them. They could have this plus a Cyrus to finish the Melmetal, but then my Skarmory's likely run them down with no extra. Ooh, Uatu as a follow-up is spicy. That gives them an out, right? If they Cyrus the Melmetal. If they Cyrus the Melmetal, they can retreat into this, plus have one of these into Uatu set to 10. Okay, they have a series here now. But my cape misplacement could easily cost me. My last card is guaranteed Cyrus here, yeah? So we should be good. They need X speed, the Z2, and heads. Oh, this one isn't a Pokemon ability. This one needs an attack. Why was I thinking it was an attack? Is there a different Pokemon that does it with an ability? I was thinking it was an ability. No, it's because they were combining with the Typhlosion ability. My brain's bad. Cyrus is the guaranteed last one here. Close things out. Alright, I like one more in with this, and I think we'll be ready to move along. We've been on this one for a little bit. Sam Wilson Gold Bundle itself. That's pretty good. When does the OTA typically go live for Marvel Sam? Usually sometime between like 2 and 3 hours from now. There's not an exact time window, but that's usually around about when it goes. Against Psych, do I want to lead on Skarmory? No, I'm gonna lead on Melmetal. Get the Meltan in hand already. Let's just get this charged up. Probably Sylveon Espeon stuff, I had to venture a guess. Can I have a metal friend, please? So I'm supposed to knock out the Eevee. I was so focused on the memory light. I probably was supposed to knock out the Eevee, yeah. And this Giovanni. They could have gone retreat energy and then hit it for the extra 10. It's a shame, it would have put us pretty far ahead. Now they almost assuredly have evolutions. I think pack opening content is very interesting, Kaznu. So that's one of those things I try not to yum yuck, but it's always weird to me that it has such a following of people watching other people open loot boxes. To each their own, I suppose. People like gambling. Yeah, people love gambling. It's just me watching you gamble isn't me gambling. Wait, did they miss their attack to timing out on their stupid thing? LOL. Freaking hand disruption gamers. What a good use of everyone's time involved. Manaphy. There's a name I haven't heard in forever. Hyper Time Hero, I like card games too. Thanks for hanging out here and helping make what I do. Appreciate the 33 months. Alright, I think we just get this evolved up so the hard code is ready to go. Although I suppose the way this ends up working out, it still dies in one to the big Palkia hit. Pseudo Tam, thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Supposed to be the last deck today. I haven't decided yet. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. Usually the viewer count pitches off as we get north of 3 o'clock. Yeah, we're down from 1,000 people to about 800. If we keep with a downward trend, we'll probably wrap soon. I want to get like one more decent game in plus an intro with this before we moved on. Originally I was gonna run late today, but Shadowverse was such a disaster we didn't play it for very long, so it's been mostly Pocket. What do you use Memory Light for in this deck? Are you looking at your screen right now? I might give you a hint. Alright, I'm giving it. What happened with Shadowverse? It was just like one of the worst balance games I've ever played. And they decided that they're gonna release a new set and not do any balance changes. I don't know, maybe their new cards will do something unexpected, but my initial gut reaction is that everybody's just gonna eat shit to ruin some more. It's just such a bad deck to have be your best deck. Today's pile of cards is a fun take using Memory Light, our new Pokemon tool, in tandem with Metal. Memory Light gives your evolution Pokemon access to the attack. Ooh, we had a burp. We're not going to get it one shot. We're going to redo. All right, take two. Today's deck highlight is a fun little pile of cards looking to leverage Memory Light, our new Pokemon tool that gives your evolved Pokemon access to their previous attacks. This works well with Metal, who previously often made you make hard decisions between whether or not you wanted to continue amassing with Meltan to get extra energy or evolve so it's less likely that your opponent's able to knock you out. Being able to keep building up towards your 4 energy heavy impact while having hard coat to protect you feels really clean in a number of games like you're going to see in today's highlight. If you like seeing off the beaten path things explored in Pokemon Pocket, make sure you're subscribed to Hooklandia Pocket here on YouTube to not miss any of it. And if you like today's deck list, make sure you smash the like button for the rest of the day. Have fun with this one. You should change your shirt so it doesn't look like you recorded all these in the same day. Why? Does that remotely matter? Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of different Memory Light things I think that are worth exploring. Have an advert. What should we build next, subs? What do we think? What's the next pile of cards? Should we play some Suicune? I feel like we should play some Suicune. Oh, we could play Starmie. We could play Starmie with the new baby. Anecdotally, best new deck you've played so far. Slow King, not clickbait. Slow King will be the highlight on the YouTube channel tonight after I sign off. It was way better than I was expecting it to be. What do we wanna play behind Suicune? I feel like it's a stage 2. Probably not Kingdra. What's the other one that hits for 1? I'm blanking on saying. I thought it was Prismata. What's the... Oh, Prim? Is it Prim? Not Priz? Yeah, it's Prim. Okay, yep. This one. This one. Oh my gosh, do I not have a regular one? That's so funny. Okay, I'll have to trade for one at some point. That's so funny. I have a 2-star, but not a regular one. I don't want to deal with that right now. We'll do that tomorrow. I'll trade for one tonight with someone in the Discord. Meloptic. Someone else said that one. What does that card do? I think this card's bad. There just aren't a ton of chip shots in this game. I feel like most of your things are just like eating it in one big hit. And so it's so hard to play. It's so hard to play 4 slots in your deck for like a heal 60. Like, I feel like I would always play Irida before I play this card. And I don't even play Irida a lot. What else do I wanna accelerate into with Mana Tyke? Starmie's an interesting one. Do we want Suicune in this deck? So... like, Suicune and babies feel like they're... I feel like the dogs... I feel like dogs and babies don't go together, because dogs and babies both want to be in your opener real bad. All right, come on a journey with me for a minute, if you would. What if I did something like this? There's a vision here. I guess Fisher is worse if I'm grabbing non-basics. Does the vision need corrective lenses? Asking the real questions. It could be a Mana Tyke, Mana Fee deck, too. Because Mana Fee decks have always wanted, 1, something that's good when going first, and 2, another consistency for when going second. Like, is it... You're doing Palkia stuff. You could have a 1-pointer like you could have like Suicune 1-pointer. You could have Palkia. I guess the problem with this is I would need to play a large amount of basics so I don't have too many games where I mono mana fees mana tykes, right? I think I need at least like 4 more basics here, or like 3 plus some communications. Big Blue. Are we a Blastoise deck? What is 160? What does 160 look like these days? 160 is pretty reasonable, yeah. I do enjoy me some Blastoise. The problem with Blastoise is he's so many slots, you don't have room for like 4 more basics. It could be like this with like Arceus and Palkia. You could play Suicune and Palkia. I guess. I kind of like having I think Arceus is better than Suicune in this instance. I feel like Suicune wants to go with like a stage 2 EX. Yeah, it could be Articuno. Nah, the Blizzard just like 80 damage is so little. And if you're gonna be on those, I think it's like Palkia Arceus. You have plenty of basics for Arceus. Oh, I have water Pokemon filtered. I was like, I'm pretty sure I spelled that right. I guess I can play the immersives together. We could build Blastoise Suicune too, though. Nah, there's no way Blastoise is good with Suicune, right? You're never building 2+. You're just never getting to 5 on Blastoise, right? Can Blastoise Suicune ever get Blastoise to 5? Not outside of Misty, yeah? Is 40 into... Alright, let me finish this, and then we could workshop Suicune Blastoise. This definitely wants 2 copies of Leaf. At least 1 cape. Probably a couple of communications. Cyrus is probably fine for Palkia chip shot damage. Sabrina could be okay. Do you ever watch Suicune with Greninja? Yeah, probably. Suicune into stage 2 is probably where you want to be in life. Greninja is the quintessential stage 2. Some type of bigger finisher thing. Copy elemental switch in here is probably saucy. Come on. Come on! My game has decided it's been loaded for too long, apparently. Hello, Pokemon Pocket. My game isn't working either. Can't log right in right now. The servers might have just died. All right. Well, I'm gonna take that as a here's your sign kind of moment. It's 3 o'clock here, about the time I usually aim to wrap up. We've been live for 8.5 hours already because I went live extra early. I think my plan is we will start with Pokemon Pocket tomorrow morning. First thing, we'll have the ranked ladder on. I'm gonna have a deck highlight up tonight. We played a, I was gonna showcase the deck before we set up, but we have a Slow King Baby Articuno deck that felt really clean. But I'm gonna sign off and go edit to post up on YouTube ASAP. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate the subs and resubs, especially you folks are the reason why I'm able to do what I do here. If you're a Marvel Snap enjoyer, keep an eye on the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel. Tonight, I'll have a review of the OTA changes when they're ready to go live in an hour or two, whenever those go up tonight. Peace, folks. Enjoy the rest of your day.